Welcome to the PokerStars Arena, hosting the weekly Sunday Million, $109 buy-in event with a $1 million guaranteed prize pool, 9,968 total entries, whittled down to 89 on day one. This being Monday is day two, when we play down to a winner. Up for grabs, a first prize of $52,732 plus head prizes, because, in case you missed it, the Sunday Million is now a PK. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies!
Joe, obviously we're back after a 2-week break. We should say thank you to Nick Walsh for playing caretaker of the PokerStars Arena, although I do suspect that he broke the air conditioning. It is, to use a time-honoured British expression, a tad toasty in here today.
I'm pretty good down on this end. It's like it's a crisp 69 degrees where I'm at. I don't know, maybe we just need to open the vents on your side of the arena.
I don't think any amount of ventilation is going to help. Again, I have to do it in my language. It's low 30s where I am at the moment. It's a hot one, but you know what else is hot? The action at our first feature table in the Sunday Million. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that's what they call a commercial radio segue. So, as I mentioned, 89 players coming back for day two and already down to 88. We've had our first elimination of the day. And as we see Ostatnia turn a pair of queens, Joe, this is a familiar narrative from this new progressive knockout structure where we do tend to see a lot of eliminations, a lot of KOs early doors. They tend to get down to the last two tables pretty quickly, sometimes down to the final table very quickly, and then it slows down.
We don't have a huge sample size yet, but that's the trend we're noticing.
Yes.
Nice little turn card here for Prosta.
And that is a win. Let's introduce our guest commentator this evening, providing the glue, if you like, the continuity from last week. He was with Nick Walsh on last week's Sunday Million. He's back again. Sebastian peacendloove, peace and love. Welcome.
Hello, guys. Thanks for having me again, or now with two new commentators. I hosted last time with Nick the Sunday Million, and I'm super excited, super happy to be here again. And let's head into the action, I guess.
Sebastian, thrilled to have you with us. To me, you are the Kelly Clarkson of Team Pro. You're the one who won their seat. You won your patch via a reality contest. You stared, you streamed, and here you are now, living proof that anyone can do it. As we see two pair versus two pair. Oh, I'm going to be sick.
Does Pata Negra mean black potato?
I don't even know, but I know that he's a pretty good regular, and
I hope
that
it does.
Can be costly,
Yeah. Maybe the clubs will stop Patanega from losing too much here. Bit of a brick river, and tens and deuces are losing to aces and sevens. So Creox is the player who came into day two as chip leader. I believe is currently in the number 2 position. Playing from Ukraine, has nearly 700k in total PokerStars earnings, won a $44 bounty builder 3 years ago, and is going big on the river, gets paid off, and is back in the number 1 spot, back in the catbird seat. Creox chip leader once again with 86 players remaining.
I don't know how you're that good. You just know your opponent has 10 deuce there. Bet big, get paid.
Yeah. Seems pretty unfortunate for Pata here, but he still has 25 blinds left, so he can easily spin it up in a PKO. So we'll see how it goes. And you can see already Creox. That's the funny thing in PKOs. He just can open raise as the chip leader on the table. Just everything suited here. And that's kind of really cool to see some pressure already.
As we see the blinds go up to 125,000, 250,000, we are playing with 15-minute blinds throughout this event now, through to its conclusion, as Coop 771 opens with 10s. Creox has got 7s. Ostatnia Prosta in the big blind with ace-10. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna see mostly flat calls here from the chip leader. He just wanna make sets, and he gets so many times paid when he flops a set, and big blind comes along as well. Let's see.
Flopping a set, that's wild. That's like you might as well talk about getting a royal. Oh boy.
Oh.
Turning a set, and it's the case 10. So again, we have a situation where a player has 2 pair and it's no good. Proster with aces and 10s, and with 5 million behind, could do the lot here.
Not just 2 pair, top 2 pair. You know, the 10 deuce, you can't really re-raise that hand. This one, I mean, you're not losing to. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that saves Creox. Creox is going to be so happy that they folded the turn. Right now, they're swearing, right? Because they're thinking, it's always coming 7, I should have known. But there would have been some set over set sickness.
Interesting that he goes small, but I can't see a coup going for it all. I think I think we're just gonna see.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he can ever get away from this hand. That would be wild. But never say never.
Chasing the pot and the $273 bounty on Proster's head. And if Proster calls, it will be all over. 25 seconds left to make a decision.
Is he really? Oh, yeah.
Calls.
Got him.
And it's gone. That's a KO. Coop wins the bounty, wins the pot. And that is going to see that table close. We are already down to 79 players. So we are switching to our new feature table. Among the players here, we have 17 Nefferts BR, one of many Brazilian players still in the field. Nefferts has $2 million in total PokerStars earnings, won a bounty builder event, a $215 bounty builder event a couple of years back for just over 44K. So, Stefan, I was interrupted when I was saying that you won Dare 2 stream, and the 2 was the number 2 because it was the second time that we ran that competition to find a new Twitch streamer. You were the victor. You're now part of the PokerStars stream team. I'm interested, did you start streaming specifically because of that competition, or were you already on the fringe, as it were, on the Twitch streets?
Yeah, I actually started a year before, someone a year before the Dare to Stream. So that was obviously kind of helping me already out at the beginning of the Dare to Stream challenge. But obviously, yeah, kind of crazy how things turned. And yeah, now I'm sitting here and commentating the Sunday Million. So it's kind of unbelievable sometimes.
Well, you can share whatever you like, but I'm curious, like, what is... So you won this competition, right? Now you're like an employee. Do they can just make you work like 5 days a week? Like, did you actually win anything, or did you just like win a very difficult job?
Actually, the good thing is I enjoy those things, but yeah, I got additional platinum pass as well. So kind of crazy how things turned there, and we just missed a huge pot, but. Yeah, it's just crazy with the platinum pass, and obviously with the 1-year contract, being part of the team online with PokerStars, and yeah, it's just amazing. I can't be happy, and obviously ready to grind my ass off on the Twitch street. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, we've got another all in here. Pet Gem with Jack 10 suited, and Alan is going to reshove with kings, and Petchen's bounty is in play. Open-ended straight draw, but does not get there. Another KO, and this is fitting the narrative that we are used to seeing, and I know that you saw last week with Nick, Stefan, where, what are we, 9 minutes into play, and already we've lost 16 players. That's 2 tables gone, just like that.
Yeah, it's those PKOs in that stage of the tournament. Everyone is kind of short, especially in the Sunday Million. There are still a couple of people who want to make the day 2 and playing a bit scared before the day 1 ends. So you see many short stacks, and you can see instant busts left, right, and center right on the start of the day 2. So we will reach the final 2 tables probably pretty quickly. And yeah, then we'll see how it goes.
So, whenever your name comes up, your online handle comes up, Sebastian, Joe immediately does his best / worst Ringo Starr impersonation. Why peace and love? Are you a fan?
Peace and love
of Ringo Starr?
Actually, not. It was kind of a funny story. Back in my days where I went to school, I played some strategy game, just a normal strategy game on the internet, and there was one guy named Peace and Love, and he crushed everything, literally everything. And I thought, okay, how what name should I take for my PokerStars screen name? I'm not sure. And I thought, okay, if this guy crushed everything with that name, and I think it kind of looked good to me, and I thought, yeah, I might start crushing this too. But yeah, actually, it didn't turn out that way at the beginning. But it's just
it's supposed to be kind of ironic, like your name is Peace and Love, but you're actually like kind of a nightmare.
Yeah, sometimes I try to, but I try to be nice as well. So a nice nightmare, if you want. So
well, you can be nice in the chat box and a nightmare with your chips.
That's true.
Spare a thought for John, who says, I must be hungry because I'm only hearing pizza love. Hearing with his stomach. So Queen High beating 8 High right now.
Yeah, goes for a super small bet. That should mostly seal the deal against the big blind defending range, so I like the sizing a lot. You can go wild against those sizing with raises, but you're not seeing it too often. And as we can see right away, we have so many 20 to 30 big blind stacks, and just I think 3 guys with bigger stacks, so it's kind of, they can pressure those guys a lot.
Well, Alan T81 in on their 4th bullet, by the way, started the day 2nd in chips and is currently the chip leader, the player from Kazakhstan with 18.6 million. So we'll stick with this feature table for the time being as we have the chip daddy.
Some pretty big bounties out there already. Alan being one of them.
Yeah, that bounty not in play. Alan has the other 70 players covered.
But you
we
know,
could
Alan's
see some
in,
free bet folding. Sorry, Joe.
That's okay. No, we got a hand shaping up here.
Yeah, the ace-10 is just a beautiful combination to free bet fold here. Obviously, Val Bruno doesn't want to go anywhere with his ace-king suited, and Nefet's just gonna will lay it down. Oh, he just calls.
Interesting.
Ooh. And I was going to say that this is a case of domination rotation. However, that spade draw for Bal Bruno. Okay, now trips for Nefet's, whose real name, by the way, is Julio Stefan. So you'll notice that the name is Stefan backwards.
Right. So are we allowed to say this is why you should be trying to get it in pre-flop with this hand? Can we play results here a little bit?
Yeah, I think with other positions, it might be fine to just flat, and if we are a little bit deeper, it's better. But at that stacks, I think you just want to get it in pre and fold out.
Wow.
Oh yeah, and now he can
to
get
the
away,
river
actually.
here, Sebastian, and Bruno's got 5.3. There's 5.6 in the middle. Bruno has missed, and I hope for Bruno's sake, he doesn't do this.
No. He has actually some showdown values. Nah, it depends, but turning this into a bluff, and he thinks even about it. Okay.
No.
Bye.
There we go.
We don't talk about Bruno. No. Let's talk about Stefan, who's just taken the chip lead. 23 million plus a bounty.
Yeah, huge pot for Stefan, especially with the ace-10. You barely expect to stack a player there. You're happy if you're gonna take it down pre-flop, and he suddenly wins a huge pot at that stage of the tournament. Super important for him.
Is this
but again,
stack big enough that you can just start bossing it now if you're Stefan?
Well, I was just about to say, Joe, again, if we talk about kind of concurrent themes or narratives that we're seeing emerging in this PKO structure, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that we do see the chip lead change hands multiple times during this section as we get down towards the last two tables.
Okay, shows it down. Yeah, that's it. As actually kind of an interesting thing as well. If you're the big stack, you obviously want to pressure, but on the other hand, you have to be a bit careful as well not to give your advantage away, because you just can open everything. But if you're gonna get played back, you have to be a bit careful here and there as well.
Yeah,
it's kind of interesting, and therefore we see so many switches on the final two tables.
16 minutes of play and 22 eliminations so far. 67 players remaining, which means they've all locked up $458 plus whatever bounties they've claimed over the course of the last couple of days. The next pay jump will be when we are down to 47. So in about 10 minutes time.
It's actually crazy if you hear the numbers, how many percentage of the field busts right away on the day two. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe some people just want their Monday night back.
Yeah.
Well, again, you see numerous comments on Twitch and YouTube from people saying, why is the Sunday Million on a Monday? Because it's day two, but maybe some of the players feel that. It's like, I can't play the Sunday Million on a Monday. I'm going to go broke.
Okay, with a 15 big blind stack with ace-jack offsuit, you can shove it. Yeah.
It does.
And now the sevens are in kind of a difficult spot. Bounty is not that important. You have players behind. You have to be a bit careful especially with those big stacks. And I might think he might even lay it down. It just calls. Okay, here we go.
And it's a flip. Jack high flop.
Oh,
7 on the turn. And that is going to see Verkel KO'd. And the bounty won by Kakias, who now has ace queen suited.
Always the 7, I guess.
Yeah. She-Dog asking when is the next event series. I should point out that in addition to being the usual $109 Sunday Million PKO, this tournament actually doubles up as the Mid-Stakes Madness main event. And with the Mid-Stakes Madness series concluding, the next big thing to look forward to is Micro Millions, which was announced today. If you head to the PokerStars blog, you'll find all the headline information you need. But Micro Millions has been around for a long time now, and it offers pretty decent guaranteed prize pools for very low buy-ins. That's its USP.
Some pretty big fields to fade, though.
Very
for sure.
Embrace the flips.
Oh, we might see some all-in action here. Blind versus blind. No one else has a great hand, but now we can see. Okay, yeah, even the chip leaders let it go. Those 7-5 offs, and here we go. A6 off is ahead. Looks good.
He did queen on the river.
Jinxed it. Sorry, Mr. Bitar.
That is
Not
Diego
really a
Bitar.
popular name in poker these days.
Diego, another Brazilian phenom. $6.7 million in total PokerStars earnings. Won a scoop title back in 2017. That was worth nearly $250,000.
Quite a nice job with the 10-9 suited here. It's just you have always so much equity.
Does it again.
That's
Danny
cool.
Roll getting the double up, and now has kings. With queens and jacks dealt as well.
Oh! What is going on?
Absolutely no way for queens to get away from this.
I don't think
Double
jacks can
bounty.
either because the other stacks are just too small and the bounties are not insignificant. So great spot for Danny. I mean, 8-4, come on.
If you could get 3 bounties, I could see thinking about it for even a second, but no.
No. No one has
Oh,
ace.
boy.
The
Hearts.
queens.
So that means everyone survives. Stefan lost there. Danny won a bit. And a decent pot for Mr. Bitar, getting lucky there with the heart on the river.
There you can see the 9-7 off, all those things open raising, and actually Queen 8 suited wouldn't be the worst hand to reshove here against a huge stack. Because he end up folding out of position so many flops, although you have quite a strong hand. But obviously those reshoves, to find those reshoves deep in the day 2 tournament is not the easiest thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Just gonna want to maintain your stack.
So ace 8 opening here. We've got queens for Zoltan. And this seems like a good spot to get your chips in. $609 bounty. I don't know. 30 chips. Ace 8 suited.
It's a bit too much for that stack.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful, but the button isn't the widest reshuffling spot you will face in a softer tournament.
Now, Joe, I know you've spotted this comment on YouTube. Hey, it's Joe. Hi, Joe. You're the funniest poker commentator ever. Lovely. Very nice remark. It is from someone called The Captive, though, which makes me think what their personal circumstances might be and whether their opinion can possibly be trusted.
Joe, you're the funniest. You're the best ever.
Well, now down to 60 players as we see Ace-King shove the button. Not going to get called by either of those junk hands.
Oh, tens, ace-king, king-jack off under the gun.
I think we may be seeing a flip here, and it will be Mr. Bitar who'll be at risk. Opens to 600k. Blinds are currently 150, 300,000. They'll be up again in 9 minutes' time. There's the shove from Zoltan with the overs.
Yeah, I don't think he will ever be folding tens here. Although it's not an easy spot. You open raise under the gun +1 and get right away reshove for 25 blinds. 25 blinds is a lot at that stage of the tournament, so we'll see. He's thinking about, as we know, he's a good regular, so he knows what's up in this hand.
Yeah.
If
You need to
Zoltan
figure
had
out
something like jacks or queens, would they make the same? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think he just needs to figure out if Sultan shoves 9s or 8s as well, and then he might find a call. But that's kind of optimistic to think about shoving those pairs as well. So in best case, he might be flipping just once or twice in a while, dominating. So I don't mind the fold.
I think
looks probably
I
crazy.
think that's an important way of looking at things, Sebastian. You know, I'm looking at things from, oh, how often are they doing this? What hands they have me beat? But actually, the smarter way of looking at it is, how often are they doing this with hands that I'm doing well against? And looks like not all that often when you say 8s, 9s. Probably not playing it that way all that often. So that makes more sense than thinking about it the way that I was thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure. And here we have an easy reshove. And Alan goes for the bounty.
And it's a king-high flop. And Juicy gets another double up and is now up to 8.5 million. So let's just check on the chip leaders right now. It is Cakias, who's at our feature table from the UK, who has the biggest stack, just shy of 20 million. In fact, we've got the players who are first and second in chips, Neffert's second on the leaderboard right now. Alan T81 still in the top 5 with 60 remaining.
Here you can see the King 9 offsuit open fold on the button with how many blinds? With 27 or something like that. That seems crazy, but racing into a big blind who covers you has the chip lead of the tournament. You have to be careful, and taking rather suited hands than offsuit hands. Therefore, you're gonna see more folds from the button into the big
Finally,
blind.
we got an analyst in here that thinks it's okay to fold King 9 in late position.
Yeah, it depends. It depends how big blind reacts, but I guess Kaki seems to be aggressive enough.
Is Sebastian going to make it onto the post-it notes like in his first hour?
I think you should write down fold King 9 off on the button, and then it will be an absolute piece of strategy that you will follow at all times, regardless of chip stack and dynamics and circumstances.
Yeah, exactly.
We got the snowmans.
Num 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 num.
Pocket 8s for
It's
Mr.
in there.
Batar.
It's in the books.
And that is a virtual all-in. And we are not near a money jump, but Zoltan considering what to do with ace-jack. We know that Alan is going nowhere with ace-king.
Yeah, again, positions are too early to go with ace-jack suited here. And we see the fold. Nice fold, and let's go. Let's flip it.
8's holding. And 8's good. That is a double up for Mr. Batar, up to 9.5 million. Average stack right now, 8.3 million. High skill heads up Hunter says, I love how Sebastian is analysing it. Very nice. And Dirty Bird chirps, it's great to see Joe and James back in action at the Sunday Million. Nick held it down and did a fantastic job. Absolutely. Claps for Nick, who will be back with us soon, no doubt. He just can't get enough. Nobody loves it more, and every other cliche I could roll out.
He does love it a lot.
He never knows what day of the week it is, and his calendar is notoriously incorrect, but...
Yeah, his calendar was one of the biggest topics last week's Sunday Million coverage. Yeah. We talked a lot about it, and I think he hasn't changed anything yet, so...
Yeah. Chef Dre asks, when's the next EPT? Barcelona. EPT Barcelona in August will be the next stop on the European Poker Tour, and you will have, wait for it, 4, 5, 6, so 8 days of live streaming. Just was trying to add up everything on the schedule. But yes, 8 consecutive days of live streaming from EPT Barcelona. This is a pretty good board for Alan.
Yeah, I don't know if
rotation.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't know if Mr. Bitar wants to fire here another bullet. It just looks scary without a spade. And a really small value bet.
Sushi Vibes asking, couldn't these guys just watch the stream and cheat? Just a reminder for anyone who's new to our Cards Up coverage of online tournaments that what you are watching happened 30 minutes ago. And just to be clear, what you're actually seeing is a recreation based on the hand histories that are exported from the server 30 minutes after the hands are played. Cards Up action cannot be monitored on the PokerStars software in real time by anyone.
Not a replay, but a recreation.
Correct. Can you imagine if we did that with live poker? That instead of just delaying the video feed, if instead we did a recreation 30 minutes later and had the parts of the players played by actors?
That would be fun, but I would want to be one of the actors, I think. You get your lines wrong.
Can you imagine if like you had the printout of the exact hand history, so you know exactly how many seconds you have to wait before betting, and it's like, how much did you start the hand with?
There'd be a lot of improvisation on my part too.
Yeah, you can't go off script.
Well, it's just something like I would lose the pot, but then celebrate.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a terrible idea when I suggested it, and you are merely confirming that in my mind. So, unraised pre, blind on blind, and things have slowed down a little bit. 58 players remaining after 30
Sebastian,
minutes
why
of
would
play.
this go unraised pre? Are you trying to trap with ace-9 pre-flop?
Yeah, you can just limp shove. You can raise call. Both options are fine. I prefer the limp shove because you kind of want to force the chip leader to be aggressive against you, and he's anyway raising 7 on the river, and he might even call the river here with the ace-9. Kaki is definitely. I'm not. He should be value betting. We'll see if we're gonna find a call. He goes quite big.
Oh, the ace-high hero call.
I would be pretty tempted here.
Yeah, me too. Definitely me too, because the sizing is really interesting.
It's so
good.
Yeah,
fold.
it seems very bluffy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I think the ace-9 because of the chip leader limp shoving basically is totally fine. And
Got it.
therefore
Okay.
we're gonna see the limp.
So blinds have just gone to 175, 350. Mr. Patar opened the button with Queen 10 and has run into the ace-king for Kakias. 3 bets to 7.7 million, enough to put Mr. Patar all in. Folds. Kakias holding on to the number 1 position right now, is the chip leader with 58 remaining.
It's always interesting to see the shorter stacks with those low-suited ace-x hands. If you see sometimes crazy folds, and if they want to open raise or not. And he folds indeed. And even the king-7 suited in the small blind, just Joachim doesn't want to play any pots.
Man after my own heart. You can't lose what you don't put in the middle. 9 high flop, looking good for Mr. Patar. And this is over on the flop.
Yeah, so far, last week we had lots of more action. So people went crazy last week.
Well,
we see some...
It started off like that though, Sebastian, and then it just slowed down. I mean, I was only half joking when I said that we'd be at 47 players in 10 minutes. But actually, we've kind of reached a little bit of chip consolidation now.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting to see that people are slowing down already, although we have no pay jumps, no big pay jumps till the final 2 tables, then the pay jumps are starting to rise a bit.
So, got 2 players with the nuts here, 2 players with Broadway. This is likely to end in a chop. So I'm going to ask you, Sebastian, if you want to give it a shot on your first try, if you want to sit this one out and learn from, I'm not going to say the masters, but learn from 2 people who've been hammering this bit for far too long, and maybe join us on the next one. The choice is yours.
Yeah. I will be...
now that he's giving you an option, I think I would be worried.
Watch us butcher it, and then you can join in on the next one.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, get on with it, guys. It's the super straight, right?
Yeah.
.4, and now Alan has to tank for a while.
And shoves it in. Oh, he raises even.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it ends in a chop. And Joe, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop putt. Okay. Okay, but guys, it's been a few weeks. It's been a while.
We're getting a not bad. I'm receiving not bad. I'll take a not bad.
You see, what you have to remember, Sebastian, is even though both Joe and I are in the PokerStars arena, it's a huge venue which is separated by an entire continent and an entire ocean. So I have to try and match with the delay, knowing that when I say to Joe, you know what they say, it's going to take several seconds for him to hear that before he joins in, and then I have to try and sync with that.
Yeah, kind of the same problem last week with me and Nick. We just got I think on the second one, we just got a 2 out of 10 or something like that.
Oh.
Not a good performance on that side.
Andre all in with ace-queen, but 9-4 jack-deuce. This hand ain't going anywhere. 54 players remaining now. Average stack is 9.2 million. Blinds up
we see
in 11 minutes. Oh, hello aces.
Aces. Looks hard to get action though. Especially when he is not min-raising. Big blind can fold more hands, although 8-9 suited is a beautiful one to defend.
And it's top pair on the flop for Andre. And with roughly pot behind, I don't think Andre is going to be able to escape.
Yeah, me too. You can actually just bet a big blind. Everyone is so short. You want to maximize the potential of him reshoving with draws, but they're getting it in anyway.
And aces hold. That is going to be an elimination. We referenced the fact that Joachim is not playing a lot of hands, is playing aces and winning with them.
somehow managed to make an exception with aces. Get involved. Man, if only Gypster had gotten here months ago to tell us how to do the Chop Pot song without... I mean, why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we think to wait 2 seconds?
But then I have to try and estimate how long that 2 seconds is, factoring in a delay that can be anything between a fraction of a second and a second and a half.
It's just crazy that people think after 2 years of doing this, we just like haven't figured out how to time it better.
Well, I mean,
signals bouncing all over the world.
We're not exactly geniuses.
True. But still, 4 or 5 times a day, twice a week, for 2 years, maybe we would have been like, oh, maybe we should wait 2 seconds. But I do like your second suggestion, Gypster, of being banned. You are. Did they make it harder to ban people? My buttons are different.
Should be pretty easy, actually.
Have they revoked your moderation privileges?
No, I haven't. But I don't see the little symbols for like ban and timeout next to people's chat anymore.
I never got that to start with. I just have to like do right click on their names.
Yeah, that's what I have to do now.
So blind versus blind. We don't even see any raising. Actually, with those bad hands, you could try to raise fold a bunch. But it seems like they're just checking it down. Alan might fire one on the river. But Danny doesn't seem to have any interest to turn his jack into a bluff.
And Alan goes for roughly half pot, exactly half pot on the turn, gets a fold. So Cakias at the feature table is still the overall chip leader with 23 million. Pata Negra, who was at our first feature table, is second on the leaderboard with 22 million. And I think our friend Joachim is going to play this one as well.
Yeah.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Snowman's folded.
Would have been interesting if Joachim just flats there the queens. This is super. You're just gonna fold out everything. Gonna give no one the potential of reshoving some lower pairs.
I do love the fact that when this player does eventually enter a pot, they enter the pot big.
Big and with the nuts.
Yeah. So Kekia's opening under the gun with queens. Alan flatting with the fours. 9-7 coming along as well. And that is top pair for Mr. Batar as we see a full lineup at this table because we are down to 48. And that means we have hit that money jump. If you can survive to 47th, you get an additional $131.
Chump change feels like.
I'm interested. Yeah, I'm just thinking if Alan isn't that deep, he could actually just shove the queens, but I think just raise stacking against the 9-7. And since Mr. Pital leads like that, he can't fold.
Ooh.
And
he needs that.
There's no help. That is another KO. Mr. Batar is gone. That's going to take us down to 47 players. Mr. Batar cashing out for $458. Everyone else has locked up at least 589. Next money jump will be when we're at 31.
Could see a defend here. You just can play stop and go. If he hits something, he just goes for it on the flop. Keep it quite simple.
So we're at that sweet spot in the tournament where like the bounties are worth a lot more than the ladders at this point.
Yes. And something else that's worth observing is that the money jumps are, what, every 2 tables? So again, there's no real reason to just sit tight and try and ladder up. And again, I think that helps influence the pace of the play at the stage. But once we get down to the final table, that's when those pay jumps are significant and the bounties become less important. Yes, Danny's going to get it in with ace-king, and Danny is going to go broke. Likely to go broke. Up against aces. Just the one club.
Needs a club.
Oh, no. Full house. Danny gone.
Blockers are what, my babies?
Unreal. I totally agree. Joe, I totally agree.
Just to reiterate, there are some situations I think blockers are real, but are real. But how many times have you gotten in with ace-king and got snapped off by aces? I don't know. Hundreds?
I can't count even anymore.
Way too often. It's scientifically proven to happen like 15 hands out of every 73.
Okay. Joachim has another monster, actually.
Oh my god. So we've had the open from
play here too.
Shove from blind razor, isolation move from Joachim, and Kekia should just run a mile.
Yeah, there are actually now almost $1,400 in bounties in the pot, and I think, but I think King Queen suited might be a candidate he could call, but King Queen off seems a bit too wide. And blind razor, fortunately, goes broke here.
Yeah, blind razor gone, and that means we are down to 45 players.
But here in 46th place, he almost cashed for $1,800, so not a bad score.
Hold on a second, didn't Bruno go broke earlier on, or is this a different Bruno?
Looks like a different Bruno.
Brat, brat.
And now ace-7 suited.
And not a decent bounty here under the gun, and obviously we're gonna see an all-in. And we have plenty of hands who could isolate or try to play for the bounty. Interesting that we see kind of a quick fold from Kakias.
Well, this will be a domination situation, and Bruno is going to need to get lucky.
I mean, how lucky is this that one of the only stacks at the table you're covering shoves and you have them dominate? Oh, no!
Oh,
Just flop
sorry.
It, why don't you?
How lucky?
How lucky? Not very. Whoops. My bad.
Ay, ay, ay.
Bruno, more like brutal.
I think Bruno is not happy with you, Joe, that you jinxed him.
No, Brat's the guy I got. Bruno, very happy.
Ah, yeah, right.
The Kakia still leads with 29.5 million and now has kings. Oh, a name I haven't seen before in the top 5. Heya Erik from Norway is now second in chips with 28.7 million. Pata Negra in third, and then it's Nefets who's at the top of this table, sitting in fourth place.
Might open shove here.
That would be disastrous.
That would be a big... Okay, finds a fold.
Wow.
Quite tight.
How do you... Yeah, how do you not shove that? I mean, in a vacuum. Fantastic. Great read.
Great
But
read,
I'm not
yeah.
sure how one reads that well, unless they're just making a mistake by not shoving a pair there.
Yeah,
Joe,
you're just sitting there with deuces. Always hating life.
You can't play poker in a vacuum. Quite literally, you can't.
Sorry, play poker in a Hoover.
10-9 suited, the Grafton. Kakia's opening the button. And both blinds come along, and it's the flush draw for Nefets.
Yeah, Nefets can really check raise a lot here, and he has a perfect hand for that one. Multi-way you have to be a bit careful with c-betting here, but as the chip leader, obviously fine. And now we'll see if we see a check raise. He can call obviously as well. He still dominates all the weaker flush draws. But yeah, we see a check raise indeed. And a snap fold.
As the blinds go to 200,000, 400,000. Average stack right now, 11.5 million. So just shy of a 30 big blind average in this Sunday million. A reminder, there were 9,968 total entries this week, made up of 7,375 unique players with nearly 2,600 re-entries. You were saying, Joe?
It's not often that I'll toot our own horn at the expense of talking about a competing brand, so I'm not going to name any names. But all I'll say is you'll notice no color-up issues in the Sunday Million. Everyone has plenty of chips. Nobody's making change every hand. I'm just saying we do things right here.
Hopefully, we won't see 2-3 of spades on the flop. And if it does happen, I will allow you to photograph it and tweet it without disqualifying you from all future games of PokerStars.
And that's a
my
pretty
goodness.
good flop.
Brap will be loving it.
Yeah, but that's not... His button range is super, super wide, so it's... Obviously now he gets it in, but shoving here is quite optimistic because he folds out every bluff Nefet has, so... It's not always easy to get all the money from their bluffs. It's quite interesting.
Sebastian, are you a real Austrian guy, or are you like a Austrian?
No, I'm probably the only real Austrian poker player in Austria, in Vienna actually.
So does it annoy you that you probably could have been like one of the top 5 Austrian poker pros until there was this huge influx of fake Austrians?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't annoy me. I think it's quite cool if you have so many names here, especially in Vienna. Every German pro and a couple of other countries are here in Vienna, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see some well-known faces in the streets of Vienna.
Yeah, it's a bit like the UK flag in the PokerStars lobby. When I see like, oh, Adrian Mateos, I don't stand a chance against Nines versus Jack 3, and what a flop for Cakeys.
And he stabs.
And this is great. It's like, just let Bruno keep firing.
Yeah, I think Bruno is slowing down almost always on the turn and just check calls and interesting that we don't see a bet here. You want to have the potential to get it all. So with the check back on the turn, you're gonna limit yourself. You haven't got a chance for the bounty.
Yeah. Only one overcard.
I mean, if you're gonna be beat, be real beat.
Now we're gonna see the fake tanking coming and the shove.
Yeah, but also probably legitimately working out how much can I get. Goes for it all, and this would be a hero call gone wrong for 19 Bruno 96.
I don't know. If Bruno can figure it out.
This seems like a really easy getaway for me.
Yeah, because
I was tempted before with the ace high. This is just like, nah, there's just like your opponent just has so much of this so often.
Yeah, and spades, he would bet spades on the turn, so there shouldn't be too many bluffs here at all.
Yeah.
So a good fold from Bruno.
And 40 players now remaining. So that means we are down to the final 5 tables in this week's Sunday Million. Obviously, we'll follow it through to the final table and down to a winner tonight. It is a 2-day MTT. It will conclude tonight.
So double gut shot 48-9 here. And ace-4 suited really hates this flop. No backdoor hearts. Hits the opponent's range super hard, so... I don't know, I guess we're just gonna see a fold, a bet fold on the turn.
1.6 into 3.2. And 10s versus 7s. Oh, let's not forget we've got ace-5 suited.
Ooh, so they're suited. Which is artisanal.
Folded. And 2 similar stack sizes here, Sebastian, for both Alan and Joaquin.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna see a call. There's no need to free bet call or free bet fold. So.
Two big stacks,
Full
both
houses.
with full houses.
Yeah, that will be mostly goes bet call and check river because everyone has showdown value. No one wants. He might fire one. He could actually block bet again, but yeah, I think the check back is fine.
Average stack is close to 13 million now. 39 players remaining. Does Cakeys still have the chip lead? Yes. 28.5 million. Coop 771, who we saw earlier on, player from Romania, sits in second place right now with 27.5 million. Indeed.
Look, we got a big James Hardigan fan in the YouTube chat. By the way, I don't want to jinx it. Everyone in chat's being a delight today, on both sides of the internet. So thanks, everybody. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for not being schmucks.
And what do we got here? Pair of queens, pair of fours. Coming towards the end of this first session, and a reminder, guys, that we came into day 2 with 89 players. Right now there are 39 remaining. That means we've seen 50 eliminations in the first 55 minutes of play.
Yeah, and I think we won't slow down anytime soon. Looks like bounties are getting bigger, and people want to play always for the bounties.
Yeah. Especially with the payouts still remaining relatively flat until we get to the final table.
Yeah, we're still
I'm
8
sorry,
of another
Alan.
page.
Yeah. And that is going to take us to the first break of the day. So confirmation that more than half the field has gone during the first session of day 2 of this week's Sunday Million. 50 gone, 38 still to go until we have our winner. First prize tonight of $52,732 plus head prizes. Cakiers 04 from the UK goes into this 5-minute break as the chip leader. That's right, 5-minute break. Only a few minutes and then we'll be back to the action at our feature table. So go nowhere. During the break, an opportunity for me to ask Mr. Stapleton about his recent trip to Las Vegas. Joe, I've been on holiday, but I couldn't escape the number of tweets I saw about your run of comedy shows at the MGM Grand. Tell us, how did it go?
Yeah, you know what? It was, first of all, I'm incredibly happy to have had the opportunity playing the Las Vegas Strip. The Brad Garrett Comedy Club is one of the best comedy clubs in the world, if in the country, if not the world. And to be included as, for a real week-long gig was pretty cool. You know, it was like another one of those life benchmarks for comedy. Having said that, it was one of the most difficult weeks of my life in that the anxiety every day and then the high of performing and then the crash afterward and then having to do the whole thing again 7 days in a row was pretty difficult. And as always, James, you know me, I have to make things as difficult as I can on myself. So I flew my parents out. They were in town. My girlfriend was in town. I had a comedian friend from the UK staying with me. And, of course, the World Series of Poker was in town. So every single day, and God bless them, thank you guys for being so supportive. It was, how do I get tickets? What time are you on? What's the deal with the show? And it was like all this plate spinning to the point where my gig was from the 27th of June to the 3rd of July, and I booked my Airbnb to like the 7th of July. I was like, I'll stay through the 4th. No. As soon as my show was over on the 3rd of July, my girlfriend was waiting with the car running. I was sick of Vegas. I had to get out of town. I was homesick. We got back up to LA 4 o'clock in the morning after my last show on the 3rd of July. I got two funny anecdotes if we have time, unless you wanted to do something else with this break. One of them was before one of the shows. Before one of the shows, I was feeling a little rumbly in the tumbly, maybe on like day 3 or 4. And I didn't want to use the green room bathroom because it's not super private and, you know, it's in a small confined space. So I went to the customer restrooms. They hadn't really opened the doors yet. There were only a few customers around. I go into the bathroom and, you know, rumbly in the tumbly. I won't go into too many details. While I'm in there, 3 or 4 times somebody tries the door. And I'm like, what's going on? There's like barely any customers in here. Why are all these dudes needing to use the the stall right away? And as I come out of the bathroom, there's a lady washing her hands at the sink. I had gone into the wrong bathroom, and that's why the door was being tried so many times, because that's the only option they have in the ladies' room. And I was just like, I'm sorry, I gotta go. I'm so sorry. And I just bolted. Except there's nowhere for me to hide, because 20 minutes later, I come out and I'm like, welcome to the Brad Garrett Comedy Club. So one lady is like, that's the dude. That's the dude from the bathroom.
That's the guy who defiled the ladies' bathroom.
Correct. That's the guy who, yes, not only was in the wrong bathroom, but absolutely destroyed the place and then fled the scene.
Oh, my God. I do love the fact that you decided to invite your parents, who I probably have more time for than you do, and must have added a whole level of mental anguish that you clearly didn't need. I have to ask, Sebastian, obviously a lot going on in Vegas at the moment. Are you following the World Series? Any desire to get out there yourself maybe next year?
Yeah, for sure. I've been following basically every day the WSOP, and yeah, it would be a dream of mine to play once the main event or whatever events are there. It looks really cool. It's obviously really hyped. Everyone goes there in the summer, and I'll definitely aim to be there. Hopefully next year, if not the the year after, so we'll see.
Yeah. I need to get out there for the series at one summer, but I hear you, Joe, when you have that enough is enough moment and you realise it's time to leave town. Well, Mr. Stapleton, you have earned yourself a break. Take a hiatus as Sebastian and I return to the tables in this week's Sunday Million, returning to our feature table as we get cards in the air once again. Blinds 200,000, 400,000.
And actually, I guess we're going to see an open shove from Bruno. You don't want to do too much open shoving with low pairs. I thought sixes still should go in.
And instead it's Nefitz with the spraggy ace-7 offsuit versus Alan with the ace-jack.
And our friend Brab could reshove here, could steal the blinds. Yeah, and he does so. I think we got a call here, yeah. Here we go, huge flip.
And threes hold. That is a double up to 16.6 million. So if you've just joined us, welcome to the PokerStars Arena. Welcome to this week's Sunday Million. We're playing down from 39 to a winner, having lost 50 players so far on day two. Obviously, lost a lot more yesterday. Started with 9,968 entries. We'll play to a winner tonight. James Harskin, Joe Stapleton, and Sebastian Huber from Team Pro. Right now, Mr. Stapleton's on break. Grabbing a hot dog.
And again, crazy. So we didn't see an open raise, ace-jack of hearts, flag call with 5, seems fine. And then ace-jack of diamonds would have a great spot to reshove here. It just flag calls on the button.
And Juicy with a pair of 7s and not many chips, less than pot behind.
Yeah, multi-way is just tough. You don't expect to be ahead there ever with the 9-7, especially without any backdoor hearts or anything like that. It's just sitting there with middle pair. Super hard to continue here. I wouldn't be surprised if he just folds. An interesting bet with the 5s as well.
And only 5 seconds left to make a decision. Folds. And Gia with ace-jack folds. What goes to Nefitz. A reminder that is Julio Stefan from Brazil, player with 2 million in PokerStars earnings.
Back to 21 million. And Alan, I think Alan started as one of the chip leaders and is now pretty short.
That's
so
true.
Can go so fast.
Yeah, Alan started the day second on the leaderboard and at one point became chip leader, but yes, has less than half average right now, average stack being 12.7 million. And we've got 6s here for Joachim.
And checks in the small blind. Bruno definitely not folding. And Joachim is committed. Almost $600 bounty, not the smallest one.
And Bruno gets it in with Jack, so this is a domination situation. Gets called by the 6s.
Ooh, the spades.
And 6 on the turn, doesn't need the spade. And there's another Bruno we're not going to talk about anymore. Another KO taking us down to 36 players.
It looks like now people are busting fast. So we will see how it goes the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, we always look at the average and talk about how the Sunday Million plays at around a 30 big blind average, and the blinds are about to go to 250,000, 500,000, which would necessitate a 15 million average. And right now we're at 13.8. So yes, I think we'll see a few more eliminations over the course of the next 5 or 10 minutes.
So blind versus blind, no one raised, and just a nice little bet. Shiruhe gets through, so that seems good. We just have 2 shorties here on our tables. Actually, everyone else is quite deep for that stage of the tournament.
Yeah. Liberty Fires noting the very small difference between second and first. And yes, I have explained on many, many occasions why, but happy to explain it again, because there's always someone who stumbles across the stream and isn't familiar with the nuances of the progressive knockout format. Because half of the prize pool is in head prizes, is in bounties. The reason why second and first look like they get the same is that final bounty is huge, because you not only get the bounty of the person you knock out in second, you also get to keep your own head prize. So that means it's pretty big and puts a lot of distance between you and whoever finishes second.
Yeah, it can get huge. Obviously, in those big field tournaments, it's tough to reach the same amount of the normal payouts. But in smaller tournaments, you see quite often situations where people are winning more in bounties than in the normal prize pool.
Yeah. Osman on YouTube asks, will there be a free roll? Maybe.
So ace-10 offsuit should just open raise and get it through. He makes it even bigger, so small blind cannot defend wide, but still finds a call with the 6-7 off and an open ender.
Yeah.
I think small bets. Now Joachim needs to make it as small as possible to get loads of 8x and 5x in, and they will run it. Do we see a 904? No.
No, we don't. And one-time chip leader Alan T 8-1 from Kazakhstan is gone in 34th place. And Joachim doesn't play many hands, but when they do,
he wins the bounties.
They win. Yeah, absolutely. And is now the so-called bounty daddy. That red target, that little red target symbol means that the single biggest bounty on offer belongs to that player, $1,866. Queen deuce all in here. Shoving on juicy, I'm sure.
Yeah, should call here. The king four suited, just dominating so much stuff. Super strong hand, blind versus blind. Let's see, still tanking. Gotta find the call. No. That hurts, obviously. You won't get too many better spots anymore. That's too bad. But Joachim still finds incredible strong hands. And looks good for him so far.
Is now playing more than 20 million. We've got ace king versus queens here.
That could be crazy. That could be crazy.
I was about to say, Sebastian, that there is the prospect of the sickest and classicest of all races, but these are two of the biggest stacks. So maybe, just maybe, we don't get the pre-flop raising war, which leads to a stupidly ridiculous massive pot.
The problem is we have the perfect positions as well. So we have small blind. We expect to see many free bets from small blind, so that looks weak. Oh, he just shoves.
Lumps it in. Lumps it in with ace king.
I thought, free bet caller shoving looks crazy actually, but Nefet's Stefan is not gonna fold here. He likes it even more if he shoves, because that means more pairs are.
A 50 big blind shove here, Sebastian.
And we see a call. And the queen.
And there's a queen and a king.
Oh, and the king. Oh my god.
What a run out. But it's the full house for Nefet's, who obviously now has the chip lead, winning the biggest part of the tournament so far.
That's a huge one. And we see right away some huge action again. $580 bounty with jacks and ace king in the small. Obviously, that's an easy isolation, and we see another flip, but we can see there are two aces there. But the king on the flop.
And no jack on the river. Instead, Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. That ace on the river seals the fate of Tease Hunter, and that is going to take us down to 31 players. And that means another money jump. Everyone's now locked up. $827. I still can't get over that flip. The ace king queen's hand.
Yeah. I thought in that position, I don't mind the shove with the ace king. It looks just crazy. It looks crazy, but you gotta get it in anyway. So I thought he would be free bet calling, but yeah, crazy, huge. Obviously, Neffet, as Stefan has now an amazing spot in the tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, nice little c-bet with the ace king, and yeah, everyone is looking now at the big bounty. Kakias has $1,000 on his head, so that's quite a lot.
That's true. That is true, but it's Juicy shoving under the gun here with sixes, and I guess you could argue that the big blind can call with anything reasonable.
Yeah, and we have a pretty hand actually here. We even are ahead against some queen jacks and stuff like that, so I think the call is super, super reasonable. He makes, and he gets there with the king. So we see another bust out.
On the flop means it's time to Lucy Juicy, and that will take us down to the final 30 players. We are at four tables right now.
I think, James, now we really pick up the pace here. Plenty of all ends, and it's really going fast. But yeah, as you can see, the king free suited, we even are ahead. And the good thing is in the PKO, you have an additional incentive to call here. And we see a 9-7 offsuit for 3 blinds. And here we go, the big bounty.
Neffets is like, look, I took most of your chips. Now I just want to finish you off. So I'm going to call here with 8-3, which almost seems disrespectful. And there's a 3 on the flop.
And the queen deuce is just, I think it's good just to call. You can play the pot super easy. If you hit something, you're going to call again. And if not, you're just going to let it go.
Yeah. And Schorsch gets out the way. Kakias is at risk. And Kakias is KO'd. And just to put this into perspective, guys, Kakias was the chip leader less than 5 minutes ago. And now Kakias is gone in 30th place. And it is Julio Stefan from Brazil who's got all of their chips and is now playing a stack of 49 million.
Therefore, guys, don't feel too bad if you are the chip leader once in a tournament. That doesn't mean you're gonna win. It's so easy to lose all your chips. Just a couple of bad hands and they are gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Bet on the turn from Schorsch from Germany, and a raise with the ace-5 suited. It's actually a beautiful play. Yeah, Neffets can just open raise now everything. What looks at least a bit decent, so he can really take over now the chip lead and the pressure. He can pressure everyone here. Interesting that we see right away a flat with ace-4 suited.
Yeah. I'm not trying to be difficult, a Hollywood guy, but I legitimately don't understand the question. How much of the bounty you have do you keep when knocked out early? The answer is none. If you get knocked out early, you leave with nothing.
Right. If you not knock anyone out, you don't get anything. You're just gonna leave the tournament with any dollars. Joachim now with a kind of an interesting bet here in the big blind. He can wrap this board. And he could even bluff the river now. Obviously he doesn't need to, but he doesn't know that. So he might fire here once more. Yeah, that should be... I don't know how you ever can stick with the ace-4. Yeah, and... Actually, I think Joachim really opens up a bit. Looks good for him.
Yeah. I think the important thing to point out is that the numbers that are advertised is the amount that you can win. So obviously, Brap is actually worth more than $804. But that $804.48 is what you'd pocket immediately and would go straight into your PokerStars account. The remainder would then become part of your own progressive bounty, and you would then visibly see your own head prize increase.
Yeah. So those $804 you would get immediately into your account, and another $804 goes onto your bounty.
Yes.
So open race with the king queen, he checks it back, not too bad. And I think you want to get one street of value here. Something small. You're not target anything strong.
Yeah.
And good fold with the eights.
I think that's what confuses people, Sebastian, is the fact that the number on screen tells half the story, but I get why it's like that. If I'm at a table and I need to make a quick decision, I'm not going to start running the mathematics of like what's 50%. I know it's quite easy to divide a number by 2, but what you'd much rather have is this is what I can win. That is the equity in this pot right here, right now.
Yeah, I think so too. I think keep it simple. You can see, you can check anyway later how big your own bounty gets, but at the and we see another set of sevens. You always hope that the opponent has something as well, but unfortunately, you won't get too much action here.
Nonetheless, further evidence that the 7 is always coming. So yes, in the Sunday Million, which is a 109 buy-in, if the prize pool is split 50-50 evenly between prizes and bounties, that means the starting advertised bounty will be 25, but in reality it's 50. But 25 is what you win for knocking out a player. The other 25 then increases your own bounty, and onwards and upwards.
Yeah, exactly. Nefferts now tries to see a free on the flop. Actually, we have so many big bounties on our table. That's crazy.
We've got a lot of big stacks on this table. And I should point out, by the way, that even though Nefferts is sitting there with 45 odd million, they are not chip leader right now. Another Brazilian player, Mateus ST96, has taken the #1 spot, but there's like 100,000 chips in it.
Trips for Brab on the river. I like the check actually. It's not that easy to get too much value. You don't want to open yourself up to get check raised from flushes, so just check call seems fine. Yeah, it looks, and no one has above 100 big blinds. Therefore, we can expect some action now with those big bounties.
Yeah. Oh, trip 3s for Seaton 1998.
And the lead, kind of a
it.
snap lead.
Loving it.
Yeah, I like the call. You have to play the call. You can get it anyway on the river. On later streets, you can get everything. You never want to raise the nuts here. And now you just have to make it. You have to look like you're just sitting on ace high and let the opponent bluff. So let's see. He finds another call, and actually a pretty good run out for the big blind's range. Obviously not for his hand. And he fires a third one. Ay, ay, ay.
What a gift for Seaton.
Yeah. Yeah, and we will, Seaton will shove it in and brings to Shosh the bad news.
Deputat20 says, hello James and Sebastian, I'm glad to see you working again and I hope you enjoy it. I think we met one time live. Not sure if that's directed at me or Sebastian, but if we met, nice to hear from you again, and I'm sure Sebastian would apply the same sentiment if you're talking about him. Or maybe you met both of us. You were in Prague, right? You came to EPT Prague?
Yeah, Yeah, we met in Prague actually. So that was my first time at an EPT, and
Right.
yeah, was I had a lot of fun. So EPTs are just such amazing venues. So
Well, that
they're
was going to be
just
my
great.
question, is having sampled Prague in March, are you planning to make any other trips to live events in the near future?
Yeah, I just love playing live poker, although I'm not playing too much. And yeah, obviously, I might be in Barcelona, try to satellite into the main event. And yeah, if not, we're going to play some smaller events. And I guess, James, you will be there anyway as well.
Yes, I have no choice in the matter. We have slight overkill here with the king on the
Yeah.
turn. Full house and another overcard to Seaton's 10, so maybe they get away from this.
Yeah, it's with the queen on the river. If we see if Seaton has just one overcard to face, he might pay once, but Shirky might fire just a huge bet, something above 5 milli, yeah, and he can comfortable fold against that. But he thinks about it. No, okay, nice fold. And we are already down to the final 3 tables, I think. Down to 24 players.
Correct. Correct. 24 remain.
And I think Creox started as a chip leader, if I remember correctly. And still has a nice stack here and open raising the ace-queen suited.
Yes, Creox was the start of day chip leader. Well remembered, the Ukrainian player currently third on the leaderboard, behind Nefets, who sits in second, and Mateus, the other Brazilian, who sits in first.
You might see a call with the 5-3 of diamonds. Just beautiful hand to defend. You don't want to c-bet too often into those middle paired boards. You're gonna get check raise quite often. Obviously, it changes in a deep tournament like that. People are not that sticky anymore. And he gets it through. Nice.
Blinds up 300,000, 600,000.
Oh, we gonna see some action.
Nom 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 nom.
We've got
Oh my
two
goodness.
players with ace-king suited. Shorsh
Okay, yeah.
with clubs. Gia with spades. Nefets with the snowmans. It's the sailboats that open. Creox makes it 1.2. All in from Shorsh, 5.6. Isolation shove from Gia?
I think so. And Nefets has now an easy fold because Creox open raised. Yeah, here we go. Let's see if someone gets a free roll. I don't think you can ever call with fours, yeah. And
Just
do
the
we
one
see?
spade.
Oh, spade.
2 spades.
Oh!
Can you
Oh
imagine
my
if fours and eights had come along as well? We would have had full houses for both players.
Yeah,
Nefets
indeed.
could have won a ton there.
Yeah, if Creox obviously he has a huge stack and his open raise with the fours is just absolutely standard. But if he is not open raising fours, we might see Nefets in the pot as well.
That was very, very sick for the ace-king of clubs.
Yeah, you don't want to go out in that way.
Strand Gang says, can anyone tell me if Blind Razor is still in, please?
I think Blind Razor busted before.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm looking at all 22 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million.
Yeah, Blind Razor got
Blind Razor.
46 plays
Oh,
for 1,800.
ages ago. A whole, that must have been like
Interesting
in the
defend
last
here
session.
with the 10-8. Oh, and we see an ace-high call. Nice pot for Seaton. So already down to 21. I think we are going fast to the final two tables. And Neffet still continues to play aggressive, and I guess we're a little bit too deep in Brab's position to shove it in there. It's not worth for the tournament life, although you're gonna fold out a lot. Okay, he decides to free bet. I don't mind.
Why not? So 3 tables of 7 remaining, 21 players from a starting field of 9,968.
I see even Joachim folds 5s here.
Yeah, well, you know, tight is right.
Tight is right, yeah. So far he has been right.
Has been at that position for a long time, just above average. The average right now is 23.7 million. Sitting there with 26.1. Loving it.
Quite a big bet here with super strong hand. We'll get folds. Kriox cannot continue here.
And what is the current payout? So the jumps are coming a little bit more frequently now. Right now, $1,160. If you make it to 17th, you've locked up more than $1,600. And no, Spraggy is not still in. I do not believe Spraggy played this week. I mean, one thing we have to concede, and we discussed the World Series of Poker about half an hour ago, a lot of the poker world is in Vegas right now, where obviously they can't play on PokerStars.
Yeah. Joachim with the open race with the king queen looks good. Don't think he gets, although big blind might defend a bit wider. If you cover the leading bounty there, you want to get a chance. Although it's pretty unrealistic to get that many blinds in, but you never know. Yeah, since the opening razor, checked it back. You want to take over the betting lead. You just want to deny equity against the ace kings, ace queens, all those overcards. And we see one call.
Well,
pretty good runner for the check five. Yeah,
absolutely.
Interesting. I think check calling seems good to let the opponent bluff. So Joachim still has 8s, 7s, 6s and stuff like that. Although we have seen before that he is not the lightest one who open races.
Well, we are switching new feature table for your viewing pleasure. And there is Mateus ST96 from Brazil, who currently holds the chip lead in this week's Sunday Million, 46.2 million, ahead of Criox, who's playing 40.8.
Yeah, on this table we have lots of big stacks as well. Many 30 million stacks. Super good flop for ABY. Checks it back as well. I don't know. The question is now, do we want to raise with the king jack? We are almost always ahead. And yeah, the opponent, I think that's a cool raise because the opponent has always hands with outs with quite some equity and we want to charge it on the turn. I think that's a kind of a cool raise. Wow. Okay, now we're gonna get some action.
MTT star. And Abby possibly a tad confused. What hand is doing this? We can see it's a gut shot.
Yeah, it's super easy if he's... Yeah, honestly, I would have played it similar to Abby. But it's crazy. Yeah, it's a good one to bluff on, to be honest.
Yes.
Cool hand. Oh, aces with no action. Too bad for the big blind. Oh.
Abby
Ace,
opening with
queen
ace
offsuit.
queen. And the chip leader has got aces.
If you're facing the chip leader, it's not easy to get away. We're playing 7-handed, so ranges are wider, and we'll see. We can see flat calls obviously as well, but we might see some... Okay, he calls. Oh, goodness.
Worst possible flop for Abby. Top 2 against the set. Look at the percentages. 99.9 for Mateus. 0.1 for Abby, who's going to do the lot here. Just calls the 1.5.
And it's Abby's just celebrating, although he's drawing that. No help anymore. Yeah. Oh no, that's super unfortunate. As well, against the chip leader, you expect him to have so many bluffs here. You block both. You block both set options. You're blocking aces and queens. Oh no. Even goes for the min raise.
Is the raise on the turn, and does it all go in here, or do we wait until the river to see Abby get stacked and KO'd? Now drawing dead.
Yeah.
Pulls it off. It's gone. Mateus up to 65.8 million. Now, this is the first time, Sebastian, we've had a player with a significant chip lead over the rest of the field.
And this can go now.
There's 23 million separating first and second right now.
Yeah, and this can go now super fast. So Mateus has an incredible spot here, final 20 players. He can collect so many bounties. And he is above 100 big blinds as well, so his deck is really big. It doesn't look big, it is big.
That's insane to have that stack size at this point.
Yeah.
300,000, 600,000 blinds. They are going up in 3 minutes, but Mateus is not worried about that. Plenty of players will feel the pressure, though, when we hit the 350, 700 level.
Oh.
Aces for remake email.
And pocket nines on the button.
Riverovich, only 5 million chips, fewer than 10 big blinds.
We need to see a 9 at one point, or we get closer to the final 2 tables. Pretty safe board so far for the aces. Yeah.
Hold. Riverovich KO'd. That takes us down to 19 players. So yeah, 3 eliminations away from the final 2 tables.
Really good hand for Mateus. Could see some, especially because Easy now has an incredible big bounty, $1,800, and I don't mind the free bet. Ace-Jack offsuit would be actually a good forward bluff candidate, especially against a chip leader, but it's not that easy to pull those plays off, especially at that stage of the tournament. Oh, he does it. Nice. Bit small. Mateus gets a great price to call here with this 8-9 suited. does call.
Well, ace high is still the best hand.
Super tricky to play now. 4-bet pot.
Yeah.
No one has
Easy now.
anything.
2.4 million.
Yeah, and Matthias. Just with a terrible hand here. I think we might see just a fold. Don't know why he wants to continue. Yeah, here we go. Quite a big pot for easy now.
Teus
That
has the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
That's what I really like from easy now. Or it's not hard for people to stay aggressive against the chip leader. And it's pretty good.
Oh, outflop by the 10.
Oh, he calls even one, picks up the clubs.
So 2 pair now, and do you think the club is coming?
I don't even know if he continues here. I think we won't see a river. I think okay, check check. I have a good feeling about another club on the river actually. Okay. Rip me. Rapotalioni, I guess wants to check call. You just hate your life if you're gonna get shoved on. Oh, he fires quite a big bet. And a fold.
Folds. Here we go, 350k, 700k blinds, 18 remaining.
Pockets fives under the gun. The problem is we're playing six-handed here now. So 3 tables with 6 players and you're gonna open up your ranges a bit. Blinds are anyway so high. Okay, 8-5 and a fold. Good job by easy now. I think 10-9.
We've got 2 players in the field with sub 10 big blind stacks, one of them being Rocks HH at this table, the other being My Chips 39, Irish player at one of the other 2 tables.
And we're actually on a pay jump as well. Almost $500 pay jump. That's really cool to see. Nobody wants to give the big stack easy pots to play, so they're gonna free bet them. It's nice to see.
And King 10 suited opens. It's remake Ema. Easy now with Ace 7 of hearts.
Questionable. We can free bet, we can call, we can fold. I think all 3 options are fine. Free betting is obviously the coolest option for us because then we're gonna see some action. I think remake covers easy now, if I'm not wrong. So because of the big bounty, you could call, but quite strong. So nice fold from remake.
And 10-7 defends. Flops a gut shot. MTT start near enough a 2-1 favourite with ace high. Oh, there is the 8 on the turn that gives remake Ema the straight.
Let's see if we can. MTT stars. It's just most likely not firing too much. Oh no. Now we're gonna see the ace.
Yeah, Barry Greenstein is going to ensure that they lose another 2.1 million.
Yeah.
And Remake EMA up to 40 million. So they are now third in chips. Brap from Estonia is second on the leaderboard with 42 million. And Mateus from Brazil still leads with 52 million.
Yeah, actually we have 4 really big stacks on our table. So they have to be a bit careful against each other. Pocket fives. I think we want to stab here once to fold out those jack tens and king queens, king jacks. We just don't want to give those hands a free card. Finds the call and turns the 10.
Nice.
Aye, aye, aye.
And once again, an appearance from Mr. Greenstein, which doesn't change the outcome of this hand, but everyone loves a flaming Barry.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to turn fives into a bluff. I think you have enough showdown value. And yeah, Remake still chips up nicely. Looks good for him. It's cool, but yeah, we're dropping fast. But we're still on the pay jump, so we'll see.
But yeah, it's something that we've observed since the permanent switch of the Sunday Million to a PKO is that it doesn't take long to get down to 2 tables. It doesn't take long to get down to the final table. But then, as the bounties become less relevant and we've got to the final table quicker, therefore there's more chips in play, the final table takes a while. I guess all it takes is one dynamic where you've got a very aggressive player with all the chips and they run gold, and then it could be over very quickly. But averaging out, the final table has a decent amount of play in it, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, therefore, it's kind of... the tournament plays out quite nice. I really like it. Fast action before, and the final table, when the pay jumps are big, we're going to see some post-full plays, some bigger stacks, so I like that a lot.
Yes.
And Rox needs to find a hand pretty soon.
Yeah, Rox is the shortest stack of the 18 remaining players. 3.7 at the start of this hand. So hovering around the 5 big blind mark right now. Queen Jack good enough?
Yeah, if we see a fold, I don't know how wide Easy now approaches that spot, but yeah, I think you have to put your Queen Jack off in.
No, folds it.
Yeah, Rox has been super tight blind versus blind as well, so I think Rox is trying to get the pay jump.
Right. And that pay jump, so what are we currently looking at? 1160, so it's about 500 bucks, right? The additional...
Close to 500, but you gotta neglect those 500 bucks. You want to get a stack to compete for the final table pay jumps. Payouts, better to say. Rox is so close to get to the final table, and that should be the main goal now. Two beautiful hands in the blinds. We might see some raising.
Your definition of beautiful hand and my definition of beautiful hand are very, very different.
Yeah, blind versus blind, you love to see your suited high card hands. So all the king fours, queen fours, king fives suited. Those are the ones you love to see. And you can.
And we've got a pair of queens against the club draw now.
I don't mind seeing a raise. Yeah, here we go.
And queen four holds.
Yeah, I guess MTT Stars needs to turn his hand now into a bluff. He can rep an 8. He can rep I don't know, some weird check 9, king jack of clubs. He takes it back.
Well, I know there's a lot of people watching this stream this evening waiting for a very important piece of information, because for the second week running, we are offering an exclusive MTT for existing PokerStars players to win a ticket for next week's Sunday Million. We are going to be running a free roll with $109 Sunday Million tickets, 100 of them in the prize pool, plus for the next 250 players, $11 Road to Sunday Million tickets. That's a total prize pool of more than $13,500. That's a hell of a lot of value. Top 100 finishers, free entry to the next Sunday Million. The next 250 finishers, an $11 Sunday Million satellite ticket. The password you need is up on the screen right now. So if you are a PokerStars player and you've seen that tournament in the lobby, you know what you need to do. You've now got the information you need to play. Best of luck for you, because we'd love you to watch this week and play next week. And as ever, and we always say this, if you do make it to day 2, let us know. Tell us, because we might just pick your table as our feature table and follow your journey. I know it's a tall order to cut through a field of several thousand to make it to the top 90, but one of these days it's going to happen.
Yeah, and everyone can make it. Doesn't matter how much experience you have in poker, just try it. And that's the perfect offer to get into the Sunday Million cheap.
Yeah. Now, I would like to think... Well, hold on a second. Let's just see what Remake EMA does here in response to the rage from MTT Star. Just the one over card to the 9s, but...
He finds a call. Crazy. And MTT Star likes that river, but on a club turn, he has to shove here. Yeah. Doesn't want to give his opponent a free card. And Remake cannot call him. Still thinks about it. Pretty sure. Pretty sure we're gonna see a fold. Yeah, here we go. It's a nice little pot for MTT Star.
I would like to think that we have chosen an appropriately sized font. I would like to think that it is very clear the information's being displayed and that people can read what the all-important word is. But there will still be... There we go. Hello to Messias. First time in the channel, ask the question. Pass. I mean, use your eyes.
Oh, we just reached a pay jump. So now Rox can finally get his last... How many blinds?
Yes.
3.5 or something like that in...
Good observation. It was Nabai Curry from Brazil who busted in 18th place. So everyone is now guaranteed $1,600. And let's see if Rox now... I mean, how many big blinds they left with? Like 4, 3?
Yeah, I guess. 3.5, 4, something like that. Oh, we see a river bluff here on the king with the check 10. Oh, nice call. Sixes just look him up. And MTT Star is back close to 50 million. That's great. But we still see 3 blinds and folds from Rox with a king. I think Rox is waiting for aces. Ace king. Something like that.
Nom 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 nom.
I guess now we have to see an all-in. Oh, king 10 offsuit is not strong enough for Rox. 2.5 blinds. He's grinding this short stack. Ay. Do we see now some races with the ace-5 offsuit? That would be nice to see. Yeah, lovely. Remake just always min races blind versus blind. So finally. Oh, and there we go. I think we just filled up the table. Final 2 tables. James goes fast to the final table.
With my chips 39 out in 17th, we are indeed down to the final 16. When's the next ladder? When we're down to 30? That's the problem you see now, is that Rox is going to go, well, I've outlasted this many players. Maybe I can now just sit here and maybe get to 13th place?
Yeah, I think it definitely will try, will try it, but he reaches the big blind, I think, the hand after the next hand, so... And MTT Stars picks up another one.
So there are the final 16 players spread across 2 tables. 2 tables of 8, playing down to a final table, playing down to a winner tonight as we continue to stream this week's Sunday Million. Cards up. Day 2 action, starting the day with 89, down to 16, the final 16 from a starting field of 9,968.
And I think Rox has found his hand now. I think it is. It's time.
Rox by name, Rox by nature.
And unfortunately, domination. Ay, ay, ay. That's a good call from MTT Star because he knows he can. The under the gun raiser can't isolate, even though Rox gets it in. But unfortunately, drawing to 10. $627 bounty is not small at all. And now MTT Star gets a great price to call.
It's not looking good for Rox.
I think we want to see some protection. Okay, checks.
No. And so
but actually,
Rox is going to go out on this hand.
Yeah, MTT Star could actually bluff under the gun raiser off because he has all the check 10s and all those mediocre stuff who could make now a pretty good hand, and he is an amazing blocker for that. Could just shove over the top, but yeah, Rox goes out.
So that will take us down to 15 players.
But not a bad payday. Over $2,800 for Rox.
Absolutely. That's $1,600 in prize money, $1,200 in bounties. And ace-4 suited opening under the gun here, but Easy Now's got kings.
And I don't know if Mateus is the guy to 4-bet bluff here, ace-4 suited. He thinks about it. Okay, that's a good fold for him. King 10 easy now with the open raise. Looks good. And we have a short stick. Haya Eirik has a huge bounty actually. $1,600. We're gonna go to a flop. King high, flush draw for Mateus and gut shot for Rapotelloni. Might see some action here. Would be nice. Yeah, the queen jack is just in a ugly spot multi-way. Nice fold for him. But Mateus finds a call and picks up a free. That could be interesting. think we want to see now a big bet. Matthias has just so many draws. We want to judge those draws. Yeah, that's cool. 6 million seems good. And with the pair, I think we got a call here once more. He finds another call. You're just beating diamond flush draws and higher spade flush draws with the pair. And you can improve to 2 pair as well. And now check seems the way we're going to go. Easy now has not free streets. And Matthias can't do anything. Yeah, here we go. Pretty big pot for Easy now.
To the second break of the day. 5-minute hiatus in the action. 2 tables remaining. 15 players in total. And what is the state of play? It's Seaton, 1998 from the UK, who has the chip lead, 55 million, ahead of Easy Now 99, also from the UK, who has 53.8 million. So 2 UK players going strong in the final 15 of this week's Sunday Million. Let's get Joe Stapleton back into the mix. Some important stuff to talk about, including the fact that we have revealed the all-important password for the free roll that everyone's trying to play. And a reminder, and Joe, I think the value in this is huge. 100 Sunday Million tickets. So that's the top 100 getting free entry to next week's $109 Sunday Million. And then the next 250 players get $11 Sunday Million satellite tickets. That's more than 13.5 grand in value. That's pretty good for a free roll.
That's pretty good, but it's annoying that you won't give anyone the password. I mean, what good is there having 13K free roll if you won't tell people what the PASSWORD is, James?
I know. I mean, the easiest way to do it would just be to make some graphic that could just sit at the top of the screen in a large white font so that we could carry on our business and people would have access to that information. Maybe we should look into that for next week.
Yeah, I don't know. Something's got to be done.
The one thing I wanted to talk about very quickly, and often we will promote our own podcast on the show. Of course we do. Sebastian, it occurs to me that you have yet to be a guest on Poker in the Ears, so when we come back properly in the autumn, we'll have to add you to the list of people we need to get on the show, and chances are we'll go over the whole journey into Poker Story Dare to Stream thing again, but hopefully you won't mind talking about that.
Yeah, I would love to join you guys there. That sounds lovely.
Well, we'll make that happen. Now, during the summer months, yes, we've still got these Sunday Million streams, but generally speaking, we put the podcast on hiatus. The summer tends to be a bit quieter. The poker world, as we've already established, is largely in Vegas right now. People are on holiday. I've just been away for 2 weeks. But we did record some summer specials. We pre-recorded a few shows to keep you guys kind of like warm during the already hot summer months. We had our Game Integrity special, our interview with Francis Lincoln, the head of Game Integrity at PokerStars. That came out at the end of June. So, Joe, we've got a show hitting the podcast streets this week, which is one of our movie specials, a Poker Movie Monday. I can't even remember what day we recorded it now, but it will be released on a Thursday this week. We are talking about a movie that PokerStars Strag put on our radar, The Man with the Golden Arm, starring Frank Sinatra, and you roped one of your Hollywood buddies into coming on the show.
Yeah, my friend Nick Pine, he's a big poker fan. He's on the NBC show, Peacock show, AP Bio. He was in the movie Office Christmas Party. Really does love poker, and I like to talk about movies a lot of the time with people who work in the entertainment industry because they're generally fans. They start off as movie fans. That makes them want to become actors and producers and writers. And I feel like sometimes, James, you and I are really good at watching a movie of its time and sort of zeroing in on that and not looking at it through a modern lens so much. And I feel like other people that work in the entertainment industry, you don't have to give them that same speech, right? They're not going to roll their eyes at watching a movie from the 1950s that's in black and white. So it was a really fun conversation with Nick, and I'm actually looking forward to listening back to it this Thursday.
Yeah. Plus, there's a Superfan competition as well. So that episode 251 will drop on Thursday. And I always think that when we do one of these poker movies, it's like kind of a book club. It works better if you've seen the film, but granted, a black and white Frank Sinatra movie from 1955 might not be to everyone's taste. And I have testimony from producer Chris that the show's equally as enjoyable even if you haven't seen the movie. So hopefully you'll get something out of this week's podcast. Episode 251 of the Poker in the Ears podcast will drop on Thursday. And then, Joe, we need to catch up towards the end of the summer, probably end of July, early August, catch up with what's been happening over the summer, and more importantly, look ahead to Barcelona. We already talked about EPT Barcelona briefly earlier on. We need to do a proper preview show, and that will be the last of our summer specials before we head to Spain for the next leg of the European Poker Tour. Action is about to restart in the Sunday Million. I'm going to take a break. Joe, Sebastian, do your thing.
All right, my babies, let's do this. James Hardigan off to have a little drinky poo.
Let's
It's
go.
5 o'clock somewhere. 15 players remaining.
And
Four-
2 monsters and the blinds.
2 monster hands in the blinds. Will we see an unavoidable confrontation that is totally avoidable? There's the raise to 3 million. Will we see a re-raise from Creox?
Yeah, I think so. Creox is a good regular. He knows that he just wants to get it in here. Obviously, not against the ace-king suited.
Creox out of Ukraine, started as chip leader today. There's the re-raise to 8 million. Excuse me, just about 9 million. Brap! Ace-king suited. Do you ever flat here, or just is it always another raise?
Out of position, you're just gonna get it in. You're
There's
gonna
the
get
all-in.
calls for all ace queens, even some ace check suited, some king queen suited. You're just gonna shove. You fold out some bluffs. You don't want to call there ever. And yeah, here we go.
And 2 massive stacks. Domination situation. Creox looking for a queen. Does not hit the queen. And the start of day chip leader is eliminated in 15th place. Brap! Up to 65 million. 2 tables remaining. I do want to let everyone know there's just a couple minutes left to enter the free roll. Now, the password is on your screen. However, if you're having a hard time finding it, it just might not be available in your area. It's very difficult these days to do things that are available all places, all the time, different sorts of functions and rules. So, unfortunately, if you haven't found it by this point, you're probably not going to. But you still have 2 minutes just in case.
And we see on the left table right away again a huge bounty, $1,600 for. Oh, okay, we switched to the other one.
We gotcha. But we can switch it to Coop from Romania. You're Romania. $1,700 bounty on the line. Top pair. On the flop, no longer top pair if there's jack on the turn.
But still a super nice hand with the 10-8 suited. Mixed trips. How do we get the max? I think with those trips, we just want to bet out. That's a massive pot. Massive bet. Sorry, guys. Yeah, and mainly folds, yeah. Too bad. But a nice pot for Coop. Looks going
Coop
strong.
43 million. Wes Braddock on YouTube asking, link to free roll. Not sure if it'll be available in my state, but just want to try. I can already tell you that if you're saying the word state, it is not available to you. It is not available in the States.
So we're down to 13 players, right?
13. Lucky number 13.
So we got already the next pay jump.
Haya Eric out in 14th place. That's right. Everybody now guaranteed $2,200. ESP Poker Pro asks, any Norwegians in the world? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Kings on the button. 20 blinds. I like the call. Just gonna fold out so many. I think Seaton definitely folds ace check offsuit here against the reshove from the button. So I think you're gonna keep all the weaker stuff in it.
Seaton has missed this flop. King's holding. And goes for 3.2 million in position.
Quite a big bet. And with the ace check off, I don't think we're gonna defend there ever. I'm just gonna let it go.
But if I hit an ace, I'm probably good.
Right, but that price doesn't seem lovely.
Oh, it's a shove from ace jack, snapped off by kings.
Oh my goodness.
Ace on the turn, king's drawing nearly dead. Eliminated. I mean, Yer did everything right there and just got punished. As I said, hit an ace on the turn, you're good. Seaton is a little bit, I'm going to call Seaton Satan, I think, because of just how evil that was. Just get it in beyond bad and get there on the turn.
Oh my goodness.
Seaton picks up a bounty. Poor Yer.
Yeah,
Out
big
in
bounty as well.
13th place.
$1,000. Crazy hand. Oh my goodness.
We've got a straight flush draw. Haven't had to look for this button for a while. Where is it? Whoops, I almost did the wrong. There it is. A little too late. Sorry, everyone. Action folds around to Seaton, who makes it 2.6 million blind on blind.
He gets aggressive now.
Probably going to get the
better to
desired
see.
effect, yeah. Pocket threes for Neffets.
Definitely
More
open
reasonable
raising here.
raise size. Yeah.
Yeah. Akula, we haven't seen him playing yet, so we'll see if he defends there. Don't know if he's tight or not. Reasonable defend for sure.
And it comes ace, queen, six, two hearts. Akula with the king of hearts.
Yeah, I think Stefan's still gonna c-bets here. He folds out some 10-9s, some king 7s as Akula has, and he's just happy to take it down right away. The king of hearts might be a thing. Akula might continue here.
Does indeed deuce on the turn. Not the card Akula's looking for. And one of the few cards at threes isn't that unhappy to see.
Yeah, but the problem is, how are you ever ahead if you're gonna face a call on this flop?
Yeah, pretty much
Either
only
you-
this exact hand.
Yeah. So, wouldn't be surprised, yeah, if he just fires another bet. You're gonna get 6x out. You're gonna even pressure some queen x, and Akula hasn't got too many options here, but you never know. Okay.
Akula does let it go. Pocket aces for Brap. Not sure how much action we'll see.
Yeah, no big hands in the blinds, unfortunately, for Brap. Just gets it through.
Boo.
You hate to see it. Yeah, you hate to see it.
I know there's a lot of people out there, if you're anything like me, you would rather have your aces cracked than get no action on them.
Yeah, well, I don't mind getting some blood. I don't mind getting here and there in some tricky spots with aces.
Going broke with aces is the best because you can just act like you couldn't possibly play them bad.
Yeah.
I had aces. What am I going to do?
Yeah, you can always tell a bad beat story as well. So
That's all. If I can't win money, I want to win sympathy.
you're gonna win the hearts.
Akula raising queen 10, king 9 defends, top pair for Neffets.
Oh, quite a big C bet here. And I think Neffets definitely want to consider raising here. They're weaker 9x, he could get it in against. The bounty is big from Akula.
Oh yeah, over $1,000, over $1,100. There's the raise. Well spotted by Sebastian Huber. Peace and love, peace and love.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go for the raise. I don't know if you get it in. Sometimes you're really gonna get it in against Jack 9, Queen 9, and you just love this spot with a big bounty.
Ace Jack under the gun for Brett. Joaquin with Ace 7 on the button. Not a lot of chips to play with. Does get out of the way. Pocket 4s for Neffets.
Yeah, I guess he's just gonna set mine here. Just gonna calls, and Seaton most likely calls as well. And we're gonna.
Do not try to predict Seaton. We know what happened last time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Might see a big free bet. Wouldn't be a bad spot though. Yeah.
8.8 million is the 3-bet. So more than 4x. And does take it down.
It's a really cool spot.
AKA Satan. Still playing the devil.
But I think that's so cool with the new format of the Sunday Million. We are playing now 2 tables with 6 players,
baby.
I think.
Ooh, baby.
Oh, and we're just gonna see action.
Top pair, top kicker for Akula. Top pair, flush draw for Brett.
And I guess we're gonna see some raising going on now. We want to get it in on the flop with our flush draw and top pair.
And the rest should be going in here from Akula.
Do you think we're gonna see a flush here?
I do not. I think Akula's going to hold.
Okay.
Well, no, sorry. Maybe an 8 peels off.
Yeah, that might. Okay, to get it in.
The money is in. No heart. And it's a 9 on the river. So Akula does double up. I like how ESP Poker Pro called for Jack for action, as if we needed another Jack for there to be action. Plenty of action on that flop.
Yeah, and Seaton, I think, keeps going to be aggressive here with the Ace-King. Just loves his spot now.
Ace-King, or as I like to call it, big slick energy.
And a big free bet.
I mean, it's a little unorthodox, but if you're just gonna keep picking up pots pre-flop, like, I'm kind of into it.
Yeah.
Still 12 players remaining. Prize jumps.
Yeah, that stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one away of a pay jump, almost $1,000 pay jump. And yeah, just love that stage of the tournament. We're always gonna see action. And when we reach the final table, nine-handed, it slows down first of all. So we're gonna enjoy some fast-paced action. We could actually just shove the ace-9 here. We're covering Akula. Big blind with a huge bounty short as well. So I don't mind to see a shove. Obviously free, but folding or whatever is fine too. Makes it super small.
Yeah, can you play this hand in position with King Queen?
Yeah, the free bet is super small, and he's super polarized as well. So you're gonna get a good price. And if you're just gonna call here, try to flop a top pair and go broke, I think that's kind of the way you want to go. But he finds the fold. It's always tough to think about how the opponent approaches the spot. He might just have the nuts, or he might try to bluff you sometimes.
And
Right over the
Akula now with the
kings.
opportunity to 3-bet. Pocket kings. This should be an easy fold for Brett.
Yeah. So Joaquim puts it in, $1,800. Seaton might bounty hunt here. It's just 9 blinds. And he
Does
calls.
indeed make the call. 2 live cards, but it's an ace-high flop. Pretty safe for Joaquim. Yes, double up.
That's what
No.
you want to see if you're going to go all in with an ace.
Bounty denied.
But I really like how fast those guys are playing as well. No one is tanking. Everyone's just playing.
It's pretty clear no one's really thinking very hard about their decisions.
It's like a $3.30 bounty builder.
What's $109 and 4 buy-ins? Oh, the four buy-in player is gone, huh?
Yeah, it looks like.
That was Alan. Alan did make 2K in bounties, though, so definitely made their money back. Queen 8 for Neffets, suited.
Again, a cooler could 3-bet fold here. Something like 8 million. Good to go.
9
Even a
million,
bit
close
bigger.
enough. And gets the job done. Back up over 35 million. And Akula on the button is going to run into 2 very playable hands. Now, just the blinds.
You can actually just shove it the 10-9 suited.
Let's see what Coop decides. Does not shove, makes it 2.5x. Joaquin may be the person
Yeah, he definitely wants to shove now.
clicking the all-in button.
Both have big bounties. He thinks about it, but I guess we are...
Yeah, we take a flop. 8,
take a
5
flop,
trade,
what
2
the hell?
diamonds, 1 spade. Hold on a second. I don't want to take attention away from the Sunday Million, but Cosmo Lupo says, I just bust out from the free roll. I got ace king and opponent got ace queen. What? You're supposed to win that. That's crazy.
Strange.
That's ridiculous. I don't know that I've seen something so ridiculous, Cosmo. That really, really sucks. Has anyone ever heard of something that bad happening in a poker tournament? Yeah, Nino's right. Only on PokerStars. Sorry, Cosmo. Oh, look at this. This is cute from the pocket threes. Nice try.
Nice try, but let's see a turn.
And it's a diamond. Both players do have a diamond. Neffets got to be pretty happy with their hand, but maybe a little confused after facing a double barrel. This one for 7/10 of the pot. 8/10 nearly.
Yeah, it looks super easy to call here because we see the cards, but he's in a tricky spot. Finds the call.
Oh, man, I know that I'm feeling like if I make that call there, the one thing you feel like you're up against maybe is a jack, and then you're like, nah, just kidding, Jack's beating me now too. Let's see if Seaton empties the clip. I mean, we know Seaton takes the aggressive route more often than not.
Is he really pulling the trigger here? That would be nice.
It probably works, right?
Yeah, but the jack isn't a great card to bluff on either. So if you're gonna face some queen jacks, king jacks, yeah, it slows down.
Does not go for it. Neffets gets away easy on the river, up to 73 million now. That is top of the heap. Number 1 on the leaderboard. Both players flop a pretty good pair here. Blind on blind. Seaton and Neffets once again.
They are battling it out so far.
We do not see, I mean, not that we'd expect Seaton to be folding here, but I don't think we've seen Seaton fold at all.
Yeah, I think, and I think he's not folding on the turn either.
$3 million now the bet. And the river is a 10, so no player improves. Top pair is still good for Neffets.
I think it would be quite cool to see another value bet. You still beat ace-6 and lower. Ace-6 is 5-3 and ace-2 deuce, king X. So he could really go for another value bet.
It does. 4.2.
That's cool.
You hear that, Neffets? Sebastian Huber thinks you're cool.
Yeah. And so far we haven't seen any folds from Seaton, so... Okay.
Wow, does get away from the second best hand. Nice laydown there. Yan asks, got any opinions on Brep's username, Joe? Yes. Thank you for your question. What did I miss here? Did Akula raise this under the gun?
Yeah, 6-8 suited. I don't mind if you're the chip leader of the table, but Akula wants to play some pots, I guess. And I don't know if it's too smart to play against Seaton, another one who's not folding anything.
Yeah. Not the player you want to bluff. Oh, just a full pot
And he
bet
goes-
with a one diamond board.
Why not? Why not? Oh,
Things are
aces.
getting a little funky
But
at this stage of the
without-
tournament.
Yeah. Joe, do you have any favorite yet? Anyone who you're rooting for?
I'm kind of liking Seaton's style a little bit. I like the fact that Seaton, I mean, for all intents, really kind of goofed up on that ace-jack hand and just immediately turned his opponent basically dead.
That's true.
That was pretty fun. Pocket threes for Neffets, sixes, and a lot of chips in the middle for Brat to attack.
Yeah, let's see a free bet, I guess. Not even that big.
Just to 8 million, man. I'd probably go a little bit bigger than this with two players in
Yeah.
the hand, but
Think so too.
there go the threes. Seaton, a bit of a wild card, a bit of an unknown quantity.
I
All
wouldn't be
options
surprised
available.
to see all options available. Okay.
Folds. It's a new day for Seaton. Folds around to Acula. Raise and take
Snap
it to the
fold
button.
with the king 10.
And another monster hand, this time for Joaquim, the shortest stack at the table.
Oh, with a
And
big
has
bounty.
hefty
yeah.
bounty, yeah.
So Brab really needs to consider 14 blinds. If the queen 10 suited, yeah. I wouldn't be
I
surprised.
think you gotta
if
do it for $1,800, Seb. Yeah, it does make the
there you
call.
go.
And
No.
that's gonna be very tough
Oh,
for Brap
spade.
to win.
Oh, spade
is
for
a-
the chop.
Flush on board. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop.
Everyone
pot.
loves the chop pot. Was that a... I think it was way better than I did perform with Nick.
I'm sure that was not good.
No, we're not getting good ratings.
What can we do? Not much. 8's still ahead for now, but King 8 with a lot of equity in this pot. Seaton with a pair of fours.
He checks the second flush draw back. Yeah, one guy probably bets out. I don't even know. We might see even.
I would have guessed Seaton, but nope. How do you not bet this? How do you not bet this? Straight draw, flush draw, overcard.
Everything.
Tough call here for eights. Especially because I don't know how many rivers you're going to like.
Yeah, not too many.
I guess this is one of the better river cards.
Yeah, for sure. The problem is, yeah, it really depends on the player type. If you really want to fire here a bluff. Oh, he does.
And Brap does go with a pretty sizable bluff, 8.5 into 13.5.
And gets it through.
Does get the full
Nice
from eights.
one.
That's why I don't like calling the turn with eights there.
Yeah, it's just, you just hate it. You hate folding, you hate calling.
Ace 10 of diamonds under the gun for Coop. Kirill writes in to say, Joe Acula means shark. Thank you for your comment.
That's a great flop for the ace 10 of diamonds. Probably don't see too much action. Yeah.
Nope. Hands over pretty quickly.
Quite a long time we are playing six-handed and 12 people are left. Nobody wants to bust.
Nobody wants to bust. All the big money up top. There are now prize jumps more or less for every elimination. 10th and 11th make the same amount of money, but we're up over $3,000 at that point. Queen 10 suited on the gun for Nefitz. Ace King on the button for Acula.
Acula has been really aggressive so far, so I'm gonna expect to see a free bet. Up to
There's a free bet to 8.1 million.
Yeah, nice one, big one.
And
Nefitz
Queen
wants to
10
fold.
does the right thing. Folds.
Oh.
Pocket 10, so brap.
And we're gonna see those two guys again. Joaquin ace queen off for 10 blinds.
We're
we
headed
go.
to Flipsville. Easy call for 10s. Queen high flop.
Oh.
No 10 on the river.
Nice.
Double up for Joaquin. And switching. Oh, remake. Emer all in with ace king. Slightly shorter stack than we just saw. Double up. Easy
And
now
here
with
on
Queen
this,
10.
yeah, here on this table with Adrian and Matthias with all the chips, both 70 million deep.
But don't get excited. It's not Adrian Mateus. It's Adrian and Mateus. Ace deuce of spades for our Portaleone.
Oh, we don't see a defend with the queen six suited.
It's a very interesting avatar for our Portaleone. It looks like a comedian actress. But maybe it's someone more famous than that. It would be so odd for it to actually be the person it looks like to me. Mateus, Legolas. 3-bet. Oh my goodness, ace queen all in. Not a lot of big blinds. There's a call. Domination situation.
We see a check. Oh!
It's a jack on the turn. That's going to be it for our Portaleone. And we are now down to 11.
Oh.
Bounty
Man.
headed over to Mateus, who's up to 90 million in chips now. And that is number one.
And a huge bounty for Matthias now. That's crazy. Super unlucky. So Mateus can
the good
start
news
open.
is that
Go
there's
on, Joe.
there's not a lot of decisions to be had at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, Mateus will start being super aggressive now, and we'll see. So many short stacks, big bounties. So we're now down to 11, so we should approach the final table pretty soon, I guess.
One more elimination, then we're probably going to go hand for hand. Flush draw for Adrian Turk. Mateus does have the best of it still for now. Good Isengard joke there, Omar Sickens.
Yeah, Mateus won't be continuing too often here.
Uh-oh.
Just joking.
Continues
Finds a raise.
firing. And that's the flush on the turn. Now Mateus does have a redraw. No, does not. Does not have the redraw.
But he has a cool hand to bluff now, to keep bluffing, yeah.
Might think they have a redraw. I mean,
Yes.
once you're getting let into here, right? I mean, this is like a dream come true. Just call, yeah.
Yeah. And hope he fires another one. He has a good
32
hand to
million
do
in the
so.
middle.
Yeah, okay. Slows down.
Adrian, last chance for a value bet.
Yeah, he will go super big. Either super small or super big. Yeah, 21 million.
Pretty big. Just 21 million. And Mateus with King and Jack high should be putting on a little bit of a show here and then folding.
Yeah, I guess he will tank a bit. Okay.
What do you think of this comment from Exotic, who says, so many people respect Joe, but they don't realize his career is obviously a marketing ploy by PokerStars to make fish feel like they could have a place in poker. You think a lot of people respect me? That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Wow, Adrian defends with 9-4 suited and somehow does not connect.
Yeah, I think you can defend as the chip leader of the table. I think you can almost defend everything suited to min raise. Obviously, you can expect those shorties being a bit tighter, but still.
All right. Ace Jack suited for easy now. Walt B says, PokerStars lost all marketing ability years ago while watching a PokerStars marketing stream. Great comment, Walt. Thank you. We got a real genius over here.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, not too many great hands at the moment. Just gonna give him a walk. Easy now, chips up a bit. Yeah, looks pretty quiet for a 5-handed table, to be honest.
Action folds around the blinds.
Yeah, I have to be careful. Yeah, I like to fold. You have to be careful limping or raising into the chip leader. Ace King suited.
See if there's any action before that. Nope.
Yeah.
What do you think of this comment from Ansa, who calls us the German nice boy and the bad other guy?
The German nice boy, the Austrian nice boy, I guess you mean. Big difference, mate.
big difference, mate. It's like calling a Canadian American. Don't do it.
Yeah.
8 on the turn is good for Adrian.
Yeah, interesting that Easy now checked this flop back. Leto, who's your horse between these last 11? I don't know. I haven't got any favorite yet. I think I might go with Mateus. He seems to be aggressive and interesting to root for. Seaton is still in, I think, as well. Seaton is definitely another one. Oh, nice little value bet on the river.
Yeah, I mean, really could possibly get looked up by Ace-King.
Yeah, perfect size against Ace-Kings and Ace-Queens.
And does squeeze an extra $2 million out of one of the shorter stacks. Easy now down to $25 million.
We might see an open shove here for 13 blinds. King deuce suited definitely in there with a $1,000 bounty. And obviously an easy call for the ace-10.
Yep.
Calls. 60-40.
Oh, top pair on the flop. And that's going to do it for Remake Emer. We are now down to 10 players. That means we're going H for H, hand for hand.
Hand for hand. And
Sebastian, did you want the hand for hand job, or do you want me to do the hand for hand job?
You can do it today.
Okay, I'll do the hand for hand job. Mateus opening, King 10 suited.
Yeah, remake cash for over $5,200, so not too bad.
And yeah, now we've got pay jumps all along the way. Not only do you make the final table if you make it to 9th place, but you'll also make an extra $1,300.
So this bubble can obviously take a while. And then we're going to play 9-handed, so might slow the action down a bit.
We've got Zhang Fu in chat claiming to be Remake Emer. If that's the case, congratulations. Well done on your score.
And Seaton got moved to our table as well. That screams for some more action.
And we also have Kevin in YouTube chat claiming to be Mateus.
So everyone, all the players are watching and chatting now.
Right. I'm actually MTT star 2. So. Seaton with a gut shot. Some live cards to draw. Ace high from Adrian with 103 million in chips.
Yeah, definitely not a bad board to turn this ace-3 into a bluff here. Especially Seaton checked flop back, so. But I guess he needs another bet to win here. And although he has the best hand, he might fire another one.
Checks. Seaton with a chance to bluff at this.
I guess Seaton
has showdown value with a king eye sometimes.
Oh, and with an open fold from king queen offsuit under the gun. Yeah, people are really trying now to make this final table.
Man, I'm a guy that goes broke in 10th here a lot, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting it in with king queen under the gun.
Yeah, either
is that terrible?
No, either you're gonna try to steal, you can min raise, or you're just gonna open shove.
Switching
to the kings.
Switching to coop with kings. And Akula with a Not a lot of chips there to try to hit that gut shot, so I understand maybe folding that one.
Yeah, big bet as well, so... Percy, those are just some running and triathlon medals. Brab still with a nice stack, and everyone has kind of a big bounty. Oh, ace king already.
Waltby says, Joe, you're the best thing about PokerStars marketing. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. It's very kind. I like to think me and James, pretty good duo. Putting out some good content. Nikki the man wants to know why they can't register the free roll anymore. That's because it's been running for about 40 minutes. You only missed registration by about 35 minutes. Set of nines here for Brap. Neffets with just a pair of deuces.
Did Brap check back the flop?
I
think so. Not too bad. Neffet's definitely not gonna go anywhere. I think you gotta call here one, although you just have a deuce.
Not the greatest run out, but absolutely value bet time.
Yeah, for sure. I like that he doesn't go too big here. Yeah, anyway, charging mostly ace-x hands, some kings, queens, checks, tens. He checked back the flop, and yeah, I think I like the sizing. And Neffets, I don't know. I don't want to jinx it and say he's always folding, because he might turn this one into a bluff. I don't think so, but we will see. Yeah, he folds.
No bluff, does in fact let it go.
Okay. Still on the final table bubble. And
we know Akula likes 6-8.
He's really, but honestly, what we've seen so far from Coop and Joachim, I don't mind this open race because they are just folding everything. And the queen check suited.
All right. Pretty decisive flop here for these three hands. Adrian Turk with 90% of the equity three ways.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna still see a c-bet here. Almost always, unless... Yeah, it's whatever, I guess.
Ooh, well, that puts a new paint job on things. All of a sudden, Seaton has a way to win this hand. 7%.
Yeah, just the way. But yeah, he checks again. He really wants to induce a bluff from Seaton, I guess.
And that is a whiff on the river.
Does anyone fall for Adrian's trap? That's the question. Is Mateus... No, it's not firing.
If I was Mateus, I'd feel pretty tempted there.
Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, we're just gonna see folds. And Adrian has now a commanding chip lead.
Adrian way out in front, 123 million in chips. Mateus is second with 75.
It's just a super, super nice spot he's in. Adrian just can play hands and hands.
Just fold. Just fold. Nobody ever folds a small blind anymore.
Yeah, I think so too. And Adrian can punish now with a raise. Just checks it back though.
All right, nice try, Mateus. I like your heart.
Yeah, Mateus is trying.
Yeah.
And I guess we're gonna see some folds. Yeah, too bad actually with the queen 8 suited. Oh,
ooh, this is fun.
Oh,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be a straight. So we've got a gut shot against top set. Oh, just an all-in. Yikes.
Yeah, I just want to say it would be cool if you're just gonna see a call, but there were plenty of draws out, so I think we're gonna say it's fine.
Ace 10 against 7, 8. 1 heart. DZ Games asking, how much did it pay? 10 of 10,000? No. So there are 9,968 runners. 1,663 people made the money. And Coop raising, taken out of the gun. You're Romania. Switching.
7s. Gets it through. Yeah, those big stacks are now obviously have such great spots to accumulate so many chips against those shorties. They're getting good hands as well.
Beautiful. Jack 10, blue raspberry for Adrian Turk.
Takes it down up to 130. I like that
Who's
reshove.
on Death Watch right now? MTT Star, the shortest. Easy out, just in the same category, and Joaquim all in the same ballpark.
And Aquila with the
11 or 12 bigs.
With aces.
Ooh.
Just calls. Sets the chip.
And somehow hits top set. It's like the last thing you want to see when you just flat with aces there is an ace-high flop.
Yeah, and Nefet's definitely gonna steps here. So that could be a nice spot for Aquila. I think we're never seeing a raise here. Would be crazy.
Don't raise.
Yeah,
oh, and
don't
the
raise.
queen on the turn. May get Nefet's to slow down a little bit, actually.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Actually kind of a sad card. If it breaks out here, Nefet's definitely the guy and has the position to pressure and bluff Akula off, and the queen. It's getting tricky. It's getting tricky to call a bet here for Nefet. It's getting really tricky. He's not beating anything.
And does fold.
Finds to fold. Oh, tens and king jack suited.
All right, Joaquim, time to whack him in.
And Joaquin has been super tight so far.
I mean, this
I don't
is
know
not
if you can
the best
fold here.
stack to call this off. Yeah.
I wouldn't be
$1,800
surprised
bounty.
if I wouldn't be surprised if you see a fold, yeah. It's just I guess every one of those guys is watching the stream, and probably Aquila realized as well that Joaquin has been pretty quiet so far. So I can't blame him.
Blind on blind, pair of tens for Brett.
And Prep is not going to go anywhere. He's even raising. Interesting.
And this is time for Queen 6 to say goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm surprised that Nefet is not raising Queen 6 off here. Would be a good candidate. Oh, pocket eights for Mateus.
Top pair for MTT. Middle set for MAT.
Oh, that's tough to get away. That's tough to get away.
There shall be no getting away. MTT star 2 getting it in, drawing nearly dead.
Needs a
Not
9.
dead yet,
Oh!
but improves to still a worse hand. So we have reached the final table, but there's still action happening over on this table. We're down to at least 9. King, queen, betting, and Brap makes the fold. All right, the final table is set. So MTT Star 2 out in 10th place for $3,200 plus $1,400 in bounties. Here are your final 9, playing for $52,800 up top, plus the major bounties that have made it this far. I haven't done a Sunday Million in a while, but I believe the first one of these that we did, there were not this many 4-figure bounties at the final table. I want to say there were only like 2 or 3 as opposed to all but 1. These are some pretty chunky bounties on the line.
Yeah, for sure. Those bounties today are actually really big. So will be interesting.
Pair of 10s for Mateus, who is not the chip leader at the moment, but does have the biggest bounty of $2,500. Playing against the only player that can bust them.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see now a bet from Mateus. He's not checking twice. And Adrian will be folding? Are you crazy, mate? I thought he's for sure calling at least one. But okay. So
Falls around to Seaton.
yeah, Seaton has a pretty bad seat here because both huge stacks are to his left and they can pressure him a lot, especially with those short stacks in on the table with Easy now and Joachim. So the first pay jump is it's actually $1,900. We're starting small, but we're gonna get big right away with those later pay jumps. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, Mateus with a huge bounty. He collected already close to $5,000 in bounties.
All right, your band asking for a player rundown. I don't think this all-in is going to be called. So, top of the leaderboard is Adrian Turk playing out of Mexico. Next is Mateus from Brazil. Seaton from the UK. Brat from Estonia. Nefitz also from Brazil. Akula Game coming to you from Kazakhstan. Coop 771, the year of Romania. Joachim from Poland. And Easy Now also from the Unitedest of Kingdoms.
And Ace King versus Ace King.
Versus Ace Jack.
The Ace Jack. Prab already just kind of not loving this spot. But I guess we got... Oh, he's 4-betting small.
A non-all-in 4-bet.
I guess he doesn't want to fold. Right, Joe?
No. I don't
think so.
I think that the end result's going to end up being the same here.
Yeah. I don't know. You don't want to call it off either with Ace Jack offsuit here, although you basically are priced in. Oh, he just calls.
Wow. Just calls. Both players missed. One club.
Yeah,
I
Prab could
don't know
just...
about you. I know this is kind of flawed thinking, but when we just get to a flop and it comes queen high, I'm like, they hit that.
Yeah,
Game
for
ace
sure,
queen.
but Brab can just bet 10%, just 4 million or something like that, and fold out the same hand. That's an option. But yeah, as you say, queen high flop with ace king. You're not gonna love it. Yeah, I guess
not
they're
take a
just
stab.
showing it down. Is anyone taking... No. Yeah, they just shut it down.
All right. Well, that's going to be the last hand before the break. That hand did end in a chop, Sebastian. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh, boy. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
you know
I
what?
haven't seen
We'll take that. We'll fix that in post. James, get back here and save us. Help.
That was amazing for all the wrong reasons. Yes, we are finally at the final table. We were at 12, what seemed like an eternity considering how quickly things had gone before that. But we did finally get down to the final 9, and our final table cards up coverage resumes inside of 5 minutes. Sebastian, I can't believe I haven't asked this, and I'm sure many people watching the stream are big fans of yours and know already. But in addition to the soundproofing behind you, what are the medals about?
Yeah, just some running and sports medals, running and triathlon medals. Yeah, I just love doing sports beside the streaming.
So you've got those people who believe that poker is a sport. They're wrong, but whatever. You genuinely play proper sports, and you're good at that as well.
Decent, I guess. I'm just gonna do it for fun, and I love it. So that's
What
about that.
What are the 3 aspects of a triathlon? It's skiing, shooting, and relay race,
Close,
right?
close. Swimming, biking, and running.
Wait, there's no shooting?
That's the biathlon, you idiot.
Yeah, that's biathlon.
I've always been biathlon curious.
Yeah, that's
Anywho,
actually big. Yeah.
Outside of competing in triathlons, Sebastian, are you following any of the kind of movie franchises of the moment, the Star Warses, the Marvels?
Not too closely, actually. I'm more watching sports on the side, but yeah, here and there.
That's fine. I need to ask Joe because obviously the latest Marvel movie's just come out. The new Thor movie is out. Joe, I haven't seen it yet. I know you have. I kind of feel that in the wake of some of the Disney Plus series, the latest Spider-Man movie, the Doctor Strange movie, I kind of feel it's knocked the wind out of the sails a little bit. The Infinity Saga was such a perfectly constructed series of movies. There was nothing below a B+ in that entire run. And now I kind of feel that the shark has been jumped. Some of these movies have not been particularly stellar. They've been relying on certain tricks, shall we say. No spoilers here, but kind of what Doctor Strange did is exactly the same thing that Spider-Man did. Please tell me Thor's decent.
I did not love Thor. I hate to say it. I feel like it was maybe the first swing and a miss I've ever seen from Taika Waititi. Plenty of people do like it. Plenty of people are. It was so funny that I was like, maybe this is too funny. Like, maybe this is like, it was almost farcical how funny it was. And that the tone was really uneven because these scenes are hilarious. And then the plot of the movie is a bunch of children get kidnapped by and their lives are in danger. And so you have this like hilarious slapstick comedy and then like kids being locked in cages. And you're like, this is like, I don't know how to like reconcile these two things back and forth from each other. So it was not my favorite, unfortunately.
Okay, well, maybe now my expectations have been lowered, I won't hate it. I do have kind of contrarian-like opinions on a couple of films. I know a lot of people weren't on board with the Sopranos prequel, The Many Saints of Newark. I saw it on my travels and really enjoyed it. I thought it was really solid. And the other movie which a few people have been a bit meh on, which I enjoyed, was Edgar Wright's Last Night in Soho, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I appreciate these are slightly older movies, but I've been on planes, and the movies I have on planes aren't the latest cinema releases. They're the kind of movies that are also available on streaming services, so you don't need to be on a plane to see them, but I was anyway. What did you think of the Ghostbusters film, Joe? I never asked you about that one.
I thought it was fine. I thought that it had a little bit more soul than the Lady Ghostbusters did, which I really wanted to like, but didn't really grab me at all. But I thought that at least we had characters we cared about again in Ghostbusters Afterlife. The ending was like a little weird. Even though we all knew it was coming, it made me a little uncomfortable. But other than that, it was good enough.
Yeah. I think that's fair. Sebastian, you have to listen to us talk about movies you haven't seen anymore. You get a break as we return to the final table. We'll see you in an hour's time. as we rejoin the action at the final table of this week's Sunday Million. 700,000, 1.4 million blinds. And right here, right now, it is Adrian Turk playing from Mexico, who has the chip lead with nearly 122 million. Mateus, one of the two Brazilians at the final table, also has more than 100 million chips right now.
And we've got some fun characters at this final table. It's been a lot of fun watching Brat. Akula's been fun to watch. Obviously, Seaton is a complete maniac.
Oh, Brent, not on board with the Sopranos prequel. He hated it.
Yeah, I don't know that many people that liked it.
As I said, I kind of taken a... I went into it expecting not to like it, and I was pleasantly surprised.
As someone who is not really good at remembering callbacks and remembering like the Easter eggs, would that affect my enjoyment of the movie? Because I'm not going to like pick up on most of the the winks and nods.
No, I think you can enjoy it for what it is. You don't. There aren't. To be honest with you, and I like this about the movie. There aren't that many winks and nods. In fact, the only one I picked up on is that the young Uncle Junior, played brilliantly by Corey Stoll, does say at one point about the young Tony Soprano, he doesn't have the makings of a varsity athlete. And of course, that was one of the things that in The Sopranos, when Junior got a bit confused, he kept saying, "You never had the makings of a varsity athlete." So the fact that we see him saying that the first time, that was like, I think, the one reference, and it was enough.
Okay, got it. Yeah, and as producer Chris just mentioned, Paulie Walnuts, rest in peace.
What is absurd is that I think 48 hours before Tony Sirico died, James Caan died, and they were very good friends in real life, both from Brooklyn.
Oh, wow. The James Caan thing was kind of weird to me because all these people like posted all these stories like revering James Caan, and I was like, this looks like a jerk. This is not, does not seem like that cool of a person.
I always thought that James Caan had the reputation of someone who was very difficult to work with. I mean, he disappeared for almost the entire 1980s. He got off to a great start. If you've seen the Michael Mann film Thief, I think James Caan says it's his best ever performance and his favorite film that he ever made. But then after that, he disappeared. And I think it was the Stephen King movie, Misery, that was kind of his comeback, right, in the 1990s.
Yeah, did you ever see that NBC show Vegas in like the early 2000s?
Well, there was that one. There was also, did you ever see Dr. Vegas with Rob Lowe?
I did not see Dr. Vegas. James Caan is in Vegas, and he plays the head of security of this casino where no one ever loses. Like they're all like just trying to help the customers have a good time. It's like it's more of a fantasy than Game of Thrones in many respects, but it was a very likable show.
It was a period when there were a lot of Vegas-themed shows, and I didn't think that one was very good, and Dr. Vegas was somehow even worse.
I do remember that Alienation was a pretty good sci-fi movie with James Caan.
And that was one of his few movies of the 80s which, you know, kind of people remember. We've got the open-ended straight draw here for Coop, but as things stand, Mateus is ahead with sixes. Mateus is currently the single biggest bounty up for grabs. Pocket 2.5K, sorry.
Yeah, quite a bit. Boy, this is one of those hands that, seeing the hold cards, I know how to navigate it. I have no idea how you can do it just knowing what your own hand is, but well done.
Yeah. One TV show I would recommend, Joe, if you haven't seen it already, and it's not light viewing. Nothing from David Simon ever is, but We Own This City is phenomenal. The miniseries about police corruption in Baltimore about in the last 4 or 5 years.
Or our pal Josh Charles is in that, right?
He is indeed.
I haven't started that one yet.
It did occur to me that I watched 3 movies in a row. Sorry, I watched 2 movies and a TV series in a row. I watched the King Richard. By the way, I thought Will Smith was decent in it. Still don't approve of what he did at the Oscars, but he gives a very good performance and probably deserved the award. I watched The Many Saints of Newark, and then I watched the HBO series We Own This City. What's the connection between those 3?
They're all about tennis.
They're not all about tennis. It's a human being. There is an actor who links those 2 movies and that TV series. Who's
John Bernthal.
Yes, who's clearly been getting a lot of work recently and putting in very, very good performances.
This could be a pretty spicy hand here between ace king and pocket tens.
Yeah, so with 115 million chips, Adrian Turk is the current chip leader, has made the re-raise, and now it's on Seaton.
I think Seaton may have too many chips to try to get it all in here.
I thought that earlier on about the ace-king-queen's hand, but no. It played out pretty much exactly like this. And if Adrian goes for this, if Adrian decides to take this race, we are going to be flipping for a ridiculous, ridiculous amount. 127 million chip pot, ace high flop, ace on the turn, and a deuce on the river. Seaton 1998 wins the flip and takes the chip lead as Adrian drops down to 54 million. Whew, that was a biggie.
That was big and unnecessary, I think, but hey, Seaton, by the way, as I said, is a complete maniac. Typically takes the path of aggression, or like, let's just get it in and find out what happens.
Yeah.
And this is spicy also.
Yeah, a cooler game. The representative from Kazakhstan.
I've been watching a decent amount of stuff recently. I started watching Under the Banner of Heaven, which is the true crime novel from like the 80s about some Mormon murders. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And there's another one on Apple TV with Taron Egerton called Blackbird. I've watched a couple of those episodes. That was cool.
I didn't renew my subscription to Apple TV. It just felt like a streaming service too far. And I feel that between Netflix, Prime, Disney Plus, and what I pay for Sky, I've got enough content. Here's a question then. The stuff that's on Apple TV Plus, can you buy it through iTunes, or do you have to have the subscription to watch it?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I know that a lot of these services are now looking carefully at their business models. And I know that Netflix is considering launching a version which has commercials, so that it's a non-subscription service.
So Akula ahead the whole way. Neffet's now with a flush draw. 9 million. This is I was going to say a fairly well-sized bet to try to get a call from a king or an ace.
I think the only way to do it would be, because I know there are some good shows on Apple TV Plus, I know that, would be to like subscribe for like 2 months and just binge everything exclusively on that platform, and then, but I just don't even have the time to get through probably 2 shows in that time.
Yeah, if you have the energy to like renew and cancel things when you're not using them, that's probably the smartest way to do it. Is just to be like, okay, for these 2 months I'm going to have Apple, for these 2 months I'm going to have Hulu, for these 2 months I'm going to have I mean, you know, Prime obviously you have all year round because you're Amazon Prime membership, but you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, if Prime was just a video streaming service, hang on, 6, 7, 8, no. if Prime was just a streaming service, I probably wouldn't have it. I pay for the delivery, right? And you just get the streaming service as a bonus. But I had a free trial of Apple TV Plus when I bought an iPad a couple of years ago, and it's very easy to just cancel it. You know, obviously just go into iTunes and cancel. Or
I did watch that movie that
whatever it's called these days.
I did watch that movie that Griffin said was like the worst movie that he had seen in a while. It was like Chris Hemsworth produced it. It's like a lady on a submarine. It's kind of like a Die Hard ripoff.
I keep meaning to see because Netflix keeps recommending that the Indian movie that Griffin recommended. Is it
I watched that. I did watch that too.
Yeah. Is it good?
It's I don't know if good's the right word.
Okay.
It's something. It's something. It's 3 hours long. Interceptor, that's what it was. Yeah, I watched that one, Nick. All right, top pair here for Mateus.
Of the upcoming TV shows, I really can't get excited or interested in the Game of Thrones prequel. And I also can't get interested or excited in this Lord of the Rings thing that Amazon's made.
Yeah, neither one of them. I don't really care. I don't really get excited about anything anymore. I can't remember the last thing I was actually excited about. I made it a point to watch Beavis and Butthead, right? I wouldn't say I was excited. Uh-oh, we got a flip.
We have aces and eights are good. And easy now is gone. That is going to give us the first elimination of the final table. Easy now at 99 from the UK. Bows out in 9th place, cashing for $4,595 in prize money and $3.5K in head prizes. And Adrian Turk now becomes the single biggest bounty, $3,300. But it is Seaton who sits in second on the leaderboard, and Mateus, who is in the catbird seat. 131 million at the start of this hand, and opening here with ace-jack.
I would be excited about Better Call Saul, except for that it's about to be over. So I'm kind of dreading that, even though
that's
typically
restarting.
I would be.
Oh, that is great news. No, I am excited about that. I'm also curious about the new season of Westworld, how that's going to sort of take the story forward, because I really didn't know what to make of season 3.
My one friend who's like, I really enjoy reading his takes on movies and TV, said that he quit Westworld halfway through episode 3, and he's done.
Of the the new season. Okay.
Of the new season, yeah.
Right. 8, 9, 10, queen. That's a straight.
Someone got there. Wow. What's up, Cyrus? Welcome. Happy to have you.
What happens to the first Cyrus?
It was such a big hit, they had to do another one.
If only they would stop at 2. So many movies succeed on the first sequel and then fall apart when it gets to part 3.
There's the all-in from Joaquin.
And with just a straight draw and ace high, I'm not sure Mateus can really entertain this.
No, given that you're behind to, obviously you're like drawing nearly dead in this situation, and you're behind to all the like pair and straight draw combos, it feels like a pretty easy fold, despite the fact, that it's not a lot more chips.
Adrian opening with 9s. So we joked about the fact that Joaquin was pretty tight during the mid stages, but has earned a seat at the final table, is now guaranteed at least 6.5 grand for an 8th place finish. Question, will they take this race if Adrian Turk responds with a shove?
Wow, just folds. I mean, look, the reputation precedes.
Absolutely.
King 9 suited, ace 9 suited.
In addition, Joe, to it getting a little bit slow around when we had 2 tables of 6, this again fits the format that we talked about at the start of the stream, the narrative that we now have on a weekly basis from the Sunday Million, a pretty fast and furious fight to the final table, and then a slower battle for supremacy as the bounties are reduced in importance and the money jumps with each elimination at the final table kind of weighing on the minds of the players.
And I think as far as Sunday Millions we've covered since the changeover, this is the most chips that have been in play, right? I don't think we've had a field this big since we started doing it. So
yeah,
I don't remember being this close
to
5 figures.
I think it's more about the fact that they are now getting to the final table with around a 50 big blind average rather than 30. That's what the speed of getting to the final table is creating. It's creating a deeper stacked final table, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because you'd want there to be plenty of play at the final table when every decision is impacting on the differences in prize money that we just discussed.
If I were going to make the final table, yes, I would want there to be about a 50 big blind average. As a poker commentator, I was totally fine with 30. But as a player, I'd be like, I'll take the 50, thank you. Top pair for Mateus, still good. And Seaton bets full pot. I told you, this player is an animal. It's a full pot bet. Now, if I were in this event, I would not have had the benefit of seeing all Seaton's hold cards like I have now. But yeah, I would be so suspect of a full pot bet on that turn.
No.
And Seaton, yeah, does improve, but not to the winning hand.
No.
Seaton trying to decide between bluffing and probably taking this pair of 10s is no good, right? When you, yeah. But the bad news is that you could be bluffing into a king there.
Yeah.
So I can understand just losing that one.
And we've now hit the 1 million, 2 million blind level. We have 9s versus ace queen, so potential here for something nasty to happen, or possibly a double up for Coop. Opens to 4.4. Mateus with ace queen of hearts. And now Coop has to decide whether to call it off with 9s and may reach the same conclusion as Adrian, that it's just not quite strong enough.
Yeah, the one benefit Coop has is that they are the shortest stack, but I was going to say there's just too much ICM right now. You don't really want to go out next. You're not that short. I mean, you have 14 big blinds. Anything could happen.
So, Hippie H was asking about bad casting in movies, and I don't know if you remember, Joe, the movie adaptation of Bonfire of the Vanities from the early 1990s. Brian De Palma decided to make Tom Wolfe's book, which is borderline unfilmable. It's a fantastic novel, by the way, if you haven't read it. Every single role in that movie was miscast. The sleazy, unlikable main character, they cast a very young Tom Hanks, who just couldn't pull it off. The Latina girlfriend was played by Melanie Griffith. Yeah, right. The English journalist was played by Bruce Willis, who apparently attempted an English accent and then just stopped bothering. The Jewish judge was played by Morgan Freeman. I mean, there wasn't a single role in that movie that they cast correctly, and it's such a shame because it's a really, really good story.
I never saw the movie. I was a little too young when it came out. I would say that, so in the new Elvis movie, the Baz Luhrmann Elvis movie, I saw that a couple days ago. Every time Tom Hanks is doing like a goofy voice in a movie, it just ruins it for me. Like when he was in Catch Me If You Can and he was doing that Boston accent, I hated it. I liked that movie a lot. Tom Hanks was really bugged me in it. Same for Elvis. He's playing Colonel Tom Parker, and he's playing it with this weird Dutch/Southern accent, and he sounds like Elmer Fudd most of the time. And he's narrating the whole movie. It's laughable.
Well, aces for Julio Stefan. So we still have the two Brazilians at the final table. One of them is Nefetz, a player with 2 million in PokerStars winnings.
I don't see. Ugh, it's so. I can see the tough decision here, right? How many more big blinds is 9 more big blinds? But you're just never, ever, ever, ever ahead. I think that's a situation where like taking your time and thinking it through is the right thing to do. Because how often are you going to go, oh, it's 9 more big blinds. I call. Right, without really thinking about it, you're just never ahead there. They never have ace-8. These are 2 fun hands. Oh,
Jack 10, all in against King Queen, looking good for Coop. And Coop will scoop 52.5 million now. Doubles up through Seaton.
Kula with ace-jack. Ace-10 for Nefetz, just folds it. Great fold there. Nefetz and Akula basically tied for shortest stack. Nope, Nefetz now.
So only the one elimination so far at this final table.
I can't remember. Did I talk about? I saw the Northman. I like that a lot. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think we talked about that one before.
Okay. I watched this horror movie called X, which I thought was pretty cool.
Adrian opening with King Jack. And yeah, cards aren't really creating a lot of action right now. Hands like 5-3, Queen 6, Queen Deuce. I've just realized that I didn't mention, when we were talking about all the stuff we've seen, the one movie that I watched on my travels that I absolutely loved. Licorice Pizza.
Oh, yeah, that's a cool movie.
I thought it was wonderful. I do really enjoy Paul Thomas Anderson's movies, and this one I thought was a delight.
I kind of wish that they had not made the age gap kind of dicey. Other than that, like I don't really see what it gained by making it illegal. But
Nom 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 nom.
other than that, I felt the exact same way. I thought it was like just a very cute movie that I was interested in the whole time.
Well,
Eights
are good. That's a KO. And we say goodbye to Brap from Estonia. 6.5K from the prize pool plus $3,500 in bounties, and that will take us down to 7. Notice that Mateus is closing in on the 200 million mark now.
That's a wrap on Brap.
And Mateus now worth 3,400.
Let's go, Mateus. Open it up. Open it up.
The captive asks, what are your thoughts on the Green Mile? I've said it before and I'll say it again and again. I know I'm in a small minority. I think the Green Mile is a better movie than The Shawshank Redemption. I like it a lot. But it's
Okay,
not
now
a film
maybe
I
don't
can
open it up.
watch at great frequency because it's very upsetting.
Yeah, I didn't. I like the movie, but I don't think I could watch it again. I don't really like to feel.
Well, a set of aces are good, but it's a crunchy board. No one has a club.
Canyon Hero asked, what about Looper? Didn't we see Looper together?
That's the one with Bruce Willis and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, right? Ryan Johnson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
I think we saw that together.
We did see that
I'm with
together.
Jess Alice J. I liked it, but thought it could have been a little bit better.
I'd be happy to revisit it. I'd be willing to give that another go.
Queens and nines. Let's go, Coop. You're Romania.
In Time. Oh, that was just awful.
Do you remember my joke about In Time?
No.
In Time is a movie where Justin Timberlake steals time from the audience.
I think the reason why it angered me is I do think that there was something to be done there. Like, the basic concept is pretty dystopian, and you could make a really good movie out of it. That wasn't the movie. And don't get me started. We should analyze the poker hand from that movie at some point.
There you go, Mateus. This is what you can do when you have 180 million chips, and nobody else even has 70. Raise that ace deuce suited.
And 8 deuce will not be calling here. So my flight to the United States, Joe, was on Delta, and I have to say, I've never flown Delta long haul before. I've done domestic Delta, but never, and I was very impressed. Was impressed by the service. They had 319 on-demand movies. I'll give you three guesses. What was the first movie I started watching?
RoboCop.
Nope.
50 Shades of Grey.
Come on, I'm going to give you a mulligan on that one. You've got two
From Russia
guesses
with
left.
Love.
Closer.
Okay. Goldfinger.
Casino Royale.
It's
been at least 6 months since I've seen it.
Ooh,
To be fair, I
fun
just
plot.
watched
Well, not
like
really.
I just watched the first kind of like 20 minutes and then
It's a good
watch
first
stuff.
20 minutes.
it is a good first 20 minutes.
You haven't really spoken much about your trip that you went on. You saw some cool movie locations. I got some photos from your family vacation.
So I was in New York and then Washington, D.C., and I went past the Ghostbusters firehouse and then went to Coney Island, so saw the F Society headquarters from Mr. Robot. And then when I was down in D.C., had to track down the Exorcist steps in Georgetown. And I guess the Watergate building is a movie location. It was in All the President's Men, but it's probably more famous for the actual Watergate break-in.
What did you think of Coney Island itself, other than F Society?
Crazy. I loved it, but it's crazy. There was, on the boardwalk, there was a man walking his baby pig.
Oh.
There were also some people on the pier fishing for crabs, but they wanted a very specific type of crab, and the ones they caught they didn't like, they just threw out their buckets onto the pier. So you had to kind of like step over these crabs as you're walking along the pier.
They didn't even put them back in the water?
Nope.
Crabs are a shifty bunch. They usually work in pairs. Mateus, value cutting. Seaton with a lock.
I agree, Nick. Irresponsible crab fishing.
Big pot for Seaton there.
2.5 million, 2.5 million. The price of poker is going up.
I did finally see Top Gun. Did I tell you that?
Did you enjoy it?
I did. I did enjoy it very much.
Good. The action scenes are incredible.
Really good. All right, you know what I said? I don't get excited for that much stuff anymore. I am kind of excited for the next Mission Impossible.
Oh, how can you not be? We have to wait nearly a full year for it, though.
Yeah. Oh, I watched that Nicolas Cage movie, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, and it's terrible. It was, like, we discussed turning it off multiple times, and I was like, no, I got to see this through to the end. He plays Nicolas Cage in the movie, but it's not him. It's like a different version of him, and so they don't even really make fun of him.
But didn't they do that a few years ago with Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Yes.
There was a
But at least in Jean-Claude Van Damme, it really does sort of, like, poke fun at him. In this Nicolas Cage movie,
Right.
they make you think they're poking fun at him, but really it's just like a total softball. Like there's no actual teeth to it.
Yeah.
More like The Unbearable Weight until the end of the film wrecked. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Also, I don't know if it's because of COVID or like the way they shoot things now, but like all these movies now, I can tell that the two people in the scene aren't in the same room together, and it's super frustrating. Sevens, ace king, flip. Seaton does not shy away from these situations, but just got these chips.
Lets the sevens go.
Also, I didn't understand what all the fuss was about the Obi-Wan finale.
Yeah. I would be a happier person if that show did not exist, to be honest. Just everything about it was unnecessary.
I know we're beating a dead horse, but if they had just put Obi-Wan on some random planet with a random adventure, I would have found it way more compelling than it having to have something to do with Luke and Leia and everything else. Like, just show me an adventure. Just show me an Obi-Wan one-off adventure.
An Obi-Wan off adventure, you say?
Yes. Yes. Top pair for Joaquin.
I mean, I was going to say, Joe, that not taking a race with sevens, some of the folds we're seeing, look at the stacks right now, and no one's like super short, but they're all in a position where they can afford to fold and can afford to wait and just hopefully outlast some of their opponents.
Yep, as well they should.
Pair of jacks is good.
Darth Blazer enjoyed the last Doctor Strange. It was like a psychedelic trip, if you know what I mean, Joe. Wink. I do not know what you mean. I did not really like it all that much.
There was a 5-second sequence where Doctor Strange went through the multiverse of madness, but I would argue that a few seconds in a movie that's 2 hours plus is really over-promising and under-delivering.
It was hard seeing that movie after Everything Everywhere All at Once, where they just...
Oh, wow, absolutely.
Where they really, really crushed it. But I think even if I hadn't, I'd have been like, all right, well, he went to 4 universes. Also, didn't you think it was weird that the teenage girl in that movie was like such an integral part of the movie, and she had like 4 lines? Like most of the movie was her being scared of stuff.
Yeah. I was expecting a lot more. And maybe that's unfair, but...
Nice work, Coop.
I also thought it was rather convenient that the children that Wanda made up in her fantasy TV world actually do exist identically in another universe.
I mean, isn't that the whole point of the multiverse, is that everything exists?
I guess.
I would rather watch a Wong movie than another Doctor Strange.
Well, we had that brief glimpse of Wong fighting Tim Roth in Shang-Chi. That's what we need to see more of.
I was so underwhelmed by the new Thor that I only, if there were 2 post-credit sequences, I don't know, because I only stayed for the first one. I was like, I'm good. So another situation where someone looking at calling it off with ace-9, technically ahead, but I think, like James said, why risk it? Why risk half your stack here to win $1,500? You're going to be behind plenty.
Yeah.
When you're ahead, it's going to be like this. Slight favorite. I like the laydown.
This just has
Nice hand.
the feel of something that's going to take some time. So average stack right now is 71 million. Chip leader has 152 million, better than a 2-to-1 advantage over the player in second place.
Akula in a bit of a weird spot here, facing a pretty big raise with a hand that's probably the best one, but far from the shortest stack. All right, Akula. Not the first time we've seen Akula put it all in against a button raise from Mateus.
Akula got game. Oh, it's been a while since we've done one of this.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal.
Ace-5
Small
of
batch.
diamonds for Nefitz.
Akula going for it again, but is finding themselves in a similar situation that Mateus just did. Which is, whoops.
Hippie H has just reminded me that there was a Fantastic Beasts movie that came out a few months ago. Didn't see it. I really enjoyed the first one. I thought the second one was a mess. At some point, I guess I'll watch the third one in the series. I like Mads Mikkelsen. But yeah, I think Warners do have a problem and don't really know what to do.
What, with the DC universe?
No, with the Harry Potter universe. The movies are now underperforming, and J.K. Rowling is not. I mean, she was once known as the Golden Goose, and
She's not really doing
not
herself
that
any
anymore.
favors.
That's what I mean.
All right, we got some hands here, kids.
Okay, let's do this, people.
King Jack folds. Ace-7 on the button folds. Queen 10 suited. Probably going to be a fold out of the small blind. Huh. Okay. Seaton getting a great price to peel with Ace-4 suited.
Okay, open-ended straight draw for Coop.
And Jack high flop, pretty cool for queens.
Yes.
Coop does have a strong draw. Akula with a bet sizing that's screaming to be called.
That is the straight for Coop.
Two people have made straights today. That's above average.
Checks it.
Vagrant Nomad says, ah ha 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 ha, bye queens. Akula deserves it. Yikes.
Seems harsh. 13.5 into 28.2. And how will Coop respond? Wow, tries to go for all of it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what... I mean, I guess an overpair is what you assume your opponent can call you with here.
And gets queens to fold.
Akula not in great shape no more.
No. So blinds will be up in 1 minute. We'll be going to 1.53 million. So Akula's going to be playing an 11 big blind stack. I don't know. Was that a little bit greedy? Was that just trying to get too much too quickly?
I don't know. I feel like maybe if you're up against aces, they call. Maybe. Pretty easy decision for Akula. Knowing what I know of Akula thus far.
Yes.
Mateus has tried this multiple times, and multiple times has been shoved on.
Oh, the final movie I watched on a transatlantic flight, bear in mind it was an overnight flight, so I was kind of drifting in and out of consciousness, was Jackass Forever.
So good.
I mean, it's like all those movies are the same. Like, there's some bits that are very funny, some bits that almost work, and some bits where you just think, why am I watching this?
I think they all work. For lowbrow humor, it's so clever. I find myself wondering, like, what do those guys get paid? Like, they must get paid per stunt, right? Like 50K per stunt, do you think?
I've absolutely no idea. I do know we have snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Well, I haven't banned anyone for a while, but Arno Voss says, last good movie was Joker. They only make rubbish these days. And you banned. You're just wrong. It's just incorrect.
On both counts.
Yeah. Elbow Fall says, thanks for the free roll. Busted 300 from a ticket. Maybe next time. Dang, that's close.
Oh. Ace queen in your face, Adrian.
I'm pretty slow. I guess I should start cranking it.
Yeah, we might need it. We've got jacks versus nines, although the ace-8 open has slightly complicated the dynamic.
Yeah, I think nines can pretty safely GTFO. Levski asked, did the commentator say which countries the final table players were from? Yes, we did. Thank you for your question.
Do a quick recap. Assuming they're all still in after this hand.
Fine.
We'll go from bottom to top. We've got Joachim playing from Poland, a cooler game from Kazakhstan, 2 Brazilians at the FT. The first is 17 Nefets BR. That is Julio Stefan from Brazil. Adrian Turk is from Mexico. Seaton 1998 is in the UK. Coop 771, as that flag would suggest, it is from Romania.
You're Romania.
Thank you. And Mateus ST96 is the other Brazilian player at this 7-handed final table.
Boy, what do you do here? Just put a Kula all in? Yep, okay. I think once you get shoved on here, you gotta let this go. Yep.
Isn't that Belgium flag? No, it's not.
Well, it depends. If you're looking at a Belgian flag, yes. If you're looking at the one on the screen, no.
Maybe you need to look at your color settings, because that is distinctly, as far as my eyes can see, blue, yellow, red, which is the Romanian flag.
Look at this flop, huh? Mateus?
Where is it? Where is it?
This is fun. Flush draw versus flush draw.
Street flash draw. And the Ten of Clubs is live. Come on, Mateus.
I'm not saying this is the right move, but you got to be pretty tempted to put in a raise there, right? Oh, no.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no. And that's a straight, right?
Well,
so Mateus improves to a straight.
he already had the straight on the turn.
Oh, right. Right, of course. A longer straight.
Alas, it still doesn't beat the nut flush.
Oh, and it goes check, check.
How? I mean, that's a win for Mateus, by the way. That is a win.
Big time. Big time.
Nike for play, or Nike for play, whichever version you want to go with. Can these dudes see the chat? If you're talking about the players, possibly. If you're talking about us, yes.
See ya. Come on, Mateus. We can squeeze in another hand before the break.
We are going to squeeze in at least one hand. We've got ace, queen suited for the short stack. Playing 10 big blinds. Rips. We're going to get in another hand.
Another hand before the break.
Absolutely. Coop with nines. One more? One more.
Okay. Time to raise the blinds.
Well, won't be too long. 15-minute clock in the Sunday Million. The blinds go up at regular intervals. And that is going to take us to the break. So that session only saw 2 eliminations, and the action certainly slowed down during the last half hour. We have 7 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million, and it is Mateus, ST96 from Brazil, who currently leads with 127 million chips. Should point out that both Akula Game and Joachim are short, playing around 30 million, 10 big blinds apiece. Let's get Sebastian Huber back into the conversation. And again, Sebastian, I don't know whether it was similar last week, but things have really slowed down now, and it really seems, I don't know whether it's the card distribution, I don't know whether it's the stack sizes. Everyone just seems to be keen on laddering, and ICM considerations about the payouts have very much taken over now.
Yeah, I think so too. I watched now the last hour, and it was super quiet. So nothing really happened. And yeah, last week it was actually the other way around. So just action nonstop, bluffing nonstop, raising nonstop, and obviously we had some coolers as well. So yeah, hopefully we're gonna pick up some pace again.
Well, Joe, you have got a half-hour break coming up, so I don't know if we're going to fire up the cooler machine, but it could well be that cranking is required to get these guys to put some chips in and hopefully give us the fantastic bluffs or sick coolers that we need to keep ourselves entertained. I mean, we've seen a couple of huge flips today in spots where maybe the players didn't need to get it all in pre, but sometimes it happens, and you know what? I'm here for it, and I will allow it, and I will like it. So, Sebastian, let's give you the opportunity to promote what you've got coming up. What is your streaming schedule for the rest of this week, or indeed for the rest of this summer?
So actually, I'm streaming in the mornings in the Central European time in the morning. So depends if I'm gonna get up tomorrow morning. So we'll see.
Yeah,
but normally you can
take tomorrow off, but
yeah. But normally you will see me from this week from Tuesday till Friday in the mornings, and sometimes a bit into the afternoons as well. And we're just gonna play the morning MTT schedule. At the moment, we're focusing actually at the fast-paced 6-max, 3-max, and heads-up tournaments, playing everything from low to mid stakes and some 109s here and there. We're gonna mix in as well, and yeah, just have some fun listening to some good music, and yeah, hopefully we can crush those morning grinders.
That game selection you were talking about there, is that something that's a bit of a novelty for you, or is that your preferred type of game?
Yeah, I like playing the more players on the table, it's getting slow and sometimes a bit boring. So I like playing heads up and some shorter formats as well. So
yeah.
And
mainly MTTs rather than cash for you?
Yeah, at the moment we're playing MTTs only, almost. Obviously, never say never. Sometimes we might see me on the cash tables as well. I haven't got any plans yet for those, so we'll see how it goes and if we're going to play some cash.
Well, I guess, Joe, it will be late night for you if you... No, I'm trying to work out the time difference. If you wanted to watch an early morning Central European stream.
It would have to be middle of the night for me,
yeah.
I think. Because when Sebastian says morning, he doesn't mean 7 a.m. I think he means like 10 a.m. is poker player morning, right?
Yeah, normally, actually, I mean the mornings, actually, not the poker player mornings, and the real life mornings. So 7 to 8
Okay, so I could probably at 1 in the
but-
morning here tune into you at 9 a.m.
Yeah,
Okay, we could do that.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, is that a conscious decision? Is that when, I guess, there's fewer people streaming? Are you trying to work around others, find a time when there's, nobody else really kind of concentrating on those tournaments?
Yeah, it's kind of, it has gotten my time Twitch slot the mornings, especially when no big series is running. Obviously, I will switch kind of a little bit the streaming schedule, but yeah, it's kind of in the mornings.
Cool. We're about to get back to the action at the final table this week, Sunday Million. So, Joe, you take that 30-minute break, get yourself a cranking, get that cooler machine fired up, and let's try and get ourselves some action after a relatively quiet session. We need to get down from the final 7 to a winner. And just to reiterate, it is Mateus who has the chip advantage right now, 127 million, and there are a couple of short stacks. And from their perspective, Sebastian, if you look at a cooler game, if you look at Joachim, they're just waiting for the other guy to go broke first.
Yes, I think so too. So at the moment, we still haven't got the biggest pay jumps, but they are getting pretty significant in the next couple of spots. And as you said already, Akula and Joachim and Neffen, those guys are all short, and they have to pick their spots pretty wisely. So we will see how it goes. But as far as I know, Akula is a really good regular, and he knows that. He knows what he's doing. And yeah, let's see. Let's see if we see some all-ins and bustos, hopefully. Right away, a shove from Akula. The cool thing in those spots is that you still have lots of fold equity because, as you mentioned before, James, the bounties are not that important anymore. Final 7, so you still can shove, as Akula showed us with this suited ace. It's a beautiful spot to take.
So everyone now guaranteed 9K, but then you're looking at an additional near enough $4,000 if you can ladder to 6th. And then the jumps become even bigger as you get towards those top spots. And as we say every single week, first and second will not get the same because the last bounty will be big. With the winner keeping their own head prize, it'll put a lot of distance between the winner and the runner-up. Always does.
Yes, and now obviously Mateus or Seaton, one of those big stacks, they really want to take over the advantage. And yeah, those guys want to run away with all the chips. Let's see if they can
play through the streets against each other.
Yeah.
That's actually the exact thing you're not meant to do.
But it's kind of an interesting spot if those really big stacks are playing against each other. You have to obviously be careful, but you can gain a lot as well if you win a decent sized pot. So it's kind of tricky. Oh, Mateus picks up the 8 on the river, and I don't think Seaton is bluffing. He has enough showdown value, so... Oh, he's even value betting.
Well, ace high does not make the hero call. Mateus up to 140 million now. Okay, ace jack for the shorty, or one of the 2 shorties.
Yeah, you're just gonna shove it in normally, but let's see. Joachim has been pretty quiet, but he takes the shove.
And picks up the blinds.
Yeah, picks up 10 million. So
absolutely, it is now pretty much tied with Neffert's. And a cooler game now becomes the player at immediate risk.
Yeah. And I've seen that already before. Adrian really doesn't want to slow it down. He really tries to open raise. Ooh, that's tricky from Mateus.
Whenever you have kings, there is always an ace on the desk.
Always. Obviously, Mateus is never folding flop. I don't know, Adrian. You expect from the big stack more and more free bets and shoves with those stack sizes, so he might be already suspicious about Mateus's play. So we'll see if we can see some action on the river.
Yeah, should highlight that one of the results of that, shall we say, rather uneventful session when we got down from 9 to 7, is that the blinds have crept up on these guys, and the average stack right now is about 23, 24 big blinds. This has suddenly become quite shallow, and the blinds are going up in 4 minutes.
Yeah, now it's really important to know your shoving ranges. Although the pay jumps are getting huge. Whoa, we see a huge bet on the river.
Oh, Adrian.
It's not that easy for Mateus.
True. And we haven't seen a lot of bluffing, have we? I mean, people are playing pretty snug right now.
Yeah, the only guy who really tried to stay aggressive was Adrian, and oh, he finds the call. That's a super nice call.
Okay, so we've got Adrian is short, Akula Game is short, Nefet's is short, Jakim is short, all pretty much tied at the bottom. And now we have aces versus ace-king. What a sick spot when you're looking at all those shorties.
I just want to say, there might be an option that we just want to flat here. There are so many short stacks we want to... It's really not that cool to get it in against under the gun with the ace-king offsuit, so I don't mind the flat, and someone can reshove as well. So, kind of escapes there, Seaton.
Yes. Well, ace-king has not hit this board. Coop has a lock on this.
Yeah, but not a great turn either for Coop. Obviously, he's not scared yet, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really dicey. Those two guys are in the middle of the pack. Those don't want to go out ever here before all the shorties.
No.
And he bets again and takes it down.
There you go. Nice bit of love for peace and love from Johnny Fingers 21. If you want to improve your game, watch Sebastian and watch him play and talk through it.
Yeah, thank you, mate. My community obviously supporting here as well, so lovely to see that.
King 9 opening on the button.
Yeah, Nefet knows that small blind, big blind both have been pretty quiet and not been aggressive so far.
Pair of 10s for Coop. But it's Nefet's who's betting with the gut shot.
Yeah, you can never fold the 10. So we're gonna see a call, and now Nefet, I don't know. I don't know if you want to bluff there. Nefet can just take a free card as well. Try to hit something. Okay. He takes the free card and improves to a 9, but Coop gets the 2 pair.
Yeah.
That's a cheeky value bet. That's actually perfect against Nefet's hand. It's kind of... I don't know. Nefet could even turn this one into a bluff. Okay, folds. Nice. Okay. With another shorty now.
Yeah. 4 players in the danger zone right now. And Nefet's the shortest of the 4.
And Mateus just loves the spot. He is the biggest bounties as well of the tournament. And every bounty he collects now, he has a big chance to win the tournament. So he is even more... He has even more value to take those bounties out, because if he wins the tournament, he gets his own bounty as well. So double the bounty he cashes now from those other guys. So he has some big incentive to really try to get the other people out. Okay, kind of an open shove with the 6s.
King Jack for Nefet's. All in. Coop with ace-9 suited.
I don't even know if if Coop wants to. Yeah, I think call fold to the big blind probably. It's really strange, but yeah, they all in.
And there's an ace on the flop, and Nefet's is
Dead
drawing
on the
dead
turn.
on the turn. Trip aces, and Nefitz is out in 7th place. Bounty claimed by Coop771. Finally, we've lost another player and we are down to 6, and we still have 3 short stacks.
So Nefit cashed for 12k. Actually, we have a super nice shove spot for Mateus here. Seaton has to be super tight. Yeah, and he shows there.
Yeah,
and as you can see, he picks up 20 million instantly. That's a lot.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the blinds are just massive now, plus the antes. Nefitz, it was 9k from the prize pool and 3k in bounties, so 12k total.
Yeah. It's a nice score.
Absolutely.
I love the pressure play from Mateus.
Yeah, keep these guys in ICM jail.
And I guess we see some action, James. 9s and ace-king in a big blind.
Ooh. Well, I'm guessing a cooler might go for this.
Yeah, I think that's a snapshot for him. It's just you're crushing Mateus's range, and he goes for it.
And Coop may wish to isolate.
Yeah, I think shove is the only play here. Yeah, and he does shove.
And Mateus will fold the ace-3, and we will be off to the races. A cooler game flipping for their life. Need 9s to hold.
It's kind of a fair
Mateus.
race. 1 ace is blocked and a 9 is blocked.
And 9s are holding.
Spade.
Spades are a factor, but the 4 of clubs is a blank. Cooler game doubles up.
Okay,
That is
Akula.
not what,
Yeah.
not what Adrian or Joachim wanted to see.
Yeah, those guys are really not loving it now. The next pay jump is, I think, $6,000, right?
So where are we at? Yes. Yes, absolutely.
That's a big one. Now we're getting in really.
6,002.
Okay, Akula with another strong hand. He can just open shove here. I think that's what ace-10 wants to do here.
Okay, head above water for Akula. In fact, is pretty much tied with Seaton. Around 55 million chips. Mateus still the big chip leader and making it 7 million here with ace-6, flattered by Coop with ace-8.
Yeah, Coop can get in really difficult spots here against Mateus. And Adrian just tried to flop something and go broke. Unfortunately, really not his flop. Yeah, amazing card for Mateus. Here's the ace of hearts. Obviously, big blind is still hitting this board quite heavily. But the problem is Adrian hasn't pulled the trigger. Yeah, Adrian hasn't pulled the trigger on the flop, so it's pretty unlikely that he has a hand. I think Adrian just shoves almost everything pre-flop, and Mateus instantly realized that and put him into the cage.
Well, Adrian's in trouble now with around 3 big blinds and not insignificant percentage of Adrian's stack already in from the small. A cooler game opens big with 9s. There's the all-in from Adrian, who is dominated.
6s versus 9s. Spades are live.
Spades. And it is the flush. Adrian gets there.
And Adrian has a $3,300 bounty on his head as well. So that was pretty unfortunate for Akula.
Ace-4 suited for Coop, who makes it 7.7. Seaton with ace-queen.
And Adrian behind with ace-king.
And calls all in. So this is a domination situation, and Adrian could double up again.
Yeah, Adrian could be right back in this game. And I think Coop has to call him now? I don't know. How many? Oh, he folds. Oh, there's a
queen.
queen.
Domination, rotation, and that'll do it for Adrian.
Ay.
KO'd in 6th place. That's $12,900 in prize money, $6,600 in bounties.
Yeah, really nice cash for Adrian. But yeah, the pay jumps are getting bigger and bigger. So now we have an $8,000 jump, and Mateus just shoves here beautiful. Ace 4 calls. So far, so good.
And Ace 4 will double.
Holds. And those double ups are huge now. Those double ups are really big.
Cooler game back to being the shortest stack of the 5 remaining players.
Yeah, I think we just... Yeah, and I think it's Seaton just tries to deny some equity now. Or he checks again. Yeah, okay. Then they both will check it down, I guess. I don't know if... Yeah.
And we've got around 7 minutes to go until the blinds go to 2-4.
Limping or open raising, both is obviously fine here. Blind versus blind. And against the shorter stack, Mateus has to be a bit more careful.
Decides to complete. Cooler game can check and see a free flop. They both have the same hand, 10 deuce.
Oh.
Well, you can always do that.
That's interesting. I guess. I don't know. I guess the cooler knows that Mateus is never trapping here. I don't know.
But serious question. If Mateus did have something solid, is Mateus more likely to just complete and allow that to happen?
Yeah, the problem is normally, so Akula is obviously a good regular, and Mateus is a decent player as well. So because of that, I think he knows the only hands Mateus might be trapping is aces, kings, queens, probably jacks. Obviously, I think trapping is not too bad here, but I think it looks weird, but might be a thing.
Aces.
Aces.
Or the short stack. And I guess could get some action from Seaton's king-queen, but it's Mateus's queen-7 that opens.
Yeah. I think Mateus saves just Seaton here.
Yeah.
Just gonna see a fold, and yeah, Joachim has been pretty quiet. Takes it down with the aces. Still an important pot for him.
Queen Jack makes it 7 million. King 10 calls.
Yeah, it's just annoying. And those hands are just... Oh, that can be an action-heavy flop.
Absolutely. Top 2 versus the open-ended straight draw and a bet of 8.69 million from Coop. Called by the King 10, which now has the diamond draw as well. 86% equity for Seaton.
Yeah, that's just an amazing hand Seaton has here. And Coop is still in position and still can fire here. Coop can pressure every 10. Okay, he checks it back. That
Coop
saves
does not
obviously
get
a
there.
lot of chips. Yeah.
And Seaton's still good with 2 pair. 3 pair now, actually.
Seaton just goes for half pot. I think the sizing is totally fine. It's you're anyway just sitting on the nuts here all day long.
Yeah.
So you're not afraid of anything.
I meant to ask you during the break, Sebastian, what is the weather like in Austria at the moment? I know that a lot of Central Europe's got a really brutal heat wave. Some parts of Spain close to 40 degrees Celsius. How is it in your part of the world?
Actually, at the moment in Austria, we have kind of some colder weather the last week, but it picks up from, I think, from Wednesday or Thursday on. It's just getting super, super hot. Up to, in Vienna, we have up to 38 or 39 degrees, so it's getting super hot.
Yeah,
It will be. I don't know. It's kind of if you're streaming with all your equipment and with all the electrical stuff, it's getting super hot. It's crazy.
I'm literally melting right now. It's been, I think we had a high of 32 Celsius this afternoon, and the rest of this week is around kind of like low 30s. And it's a combination of it being too hot and also the fact that I live in a country which can't function in any form of extreme weather. Unless it's 18 Celsius and cloudy, everything just goes wrong here. If it rains, the country falls apart. If it snows, the country falls apart. If it's too hot, the country falls apart.
Yeah. So yeah, we're in Austria. We're just falling apart if it's getting super hot. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But it's kind of, we'll see. It's kind of not the nicest feeling if it's getting above 30 degrees and you have to stream or do some stuff in front of the computer.
No, absolutely. Poker Pro says next Monday predicted to be between 36 and 40 degrees in London, hottest of all time. Phew.
Yeah, this is really strange. I think London has been pretty normal in the last years, I guess, and suddenly everywhere it's getting so hot. But yeah, hopefully we can survive the heat wave coming up here. Ace-9 suited, open raise for Mateus. The 9s, we are in a really, actually I think shove is the best. The problem is the page jumps are so big and we don't want to risk everything here. So I think it's kind of fine to flat call as well, although we're going to get everything through against Mateus, almost everything.
Yeah.
Problem is always we have to play a tricky spot out of position. But page jumps are huge. We see a bet and a call. Double flush draw board. So Mateus still has sometimes the best hand. Doesn't have to bet always here. We see a small lead. Yeah, seems good. Seems definitely okay. It's always a bit dependent here. Yeah, you're gonna open yourself up against raises, and
yeah,
it's just tricky. I guess we're gonna stick to the shove pre-flop. It's just Matthias does well, does really good here. So,
well, the blinds just gone to 2 million, 4 million. Let's get Mr. Stapleton back into the mix. And Joe, your cranking paid off. We managed to lose a couple of players. We're down to 5 now.
Thank goodness. I cranked and cranked and cranked. I cranked. I honestly didn't think it was going to happen. And eventually, when I least expected it, once I stopped focusing on it so much, I think that's when finally, fireworks went off.
And we see it. Now we're going to see Matthias going wild here with the free bet. Obviously the wrong timing. against the kings from Coop.
Man, how sick would this be if Coop just shoved these kings into aces right now?
Oh,
That's what I meant before with the nines. I think you want to shove, but always if you're gonna run into aces, kings, or whatever, it's just the pure pain. It's kind of tricky for Seaton here. I don't even know if you want to open raise. I think if you want to play this, you're gonna open shove. You're just gonna get shoved on so many times. And he does open shove. I like that line. And fold.
Seaton takes it. Guys, I'm going to leave you to it. Sebastian, it was a pleasure. Look forward to doing this again soon, and maybe we'll see you in Barcelona.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks for having me, James.
Not at all. Joe, take it home, buddy.
You got it, my dude. James Hardigan, everybody. Burning the midnight oil, quite literally, as it's 90 degrees in England. Mateus, ace-7 suited, 3-betting the open from Coop with king-9. Feels like a pretty trivial fold. Does ditch the king-9.
Yeah.
Ace-9 under the gun for Seaton.
Yeah, Seaton has to be super careful here. There are two short stacks and 2 ladders would get him right away 11,000. No, how much? $14,000 actually. No, we are down to 5, so it would get him even more. It would get him $21,000 if he ladders up 2 spots.
I mean, really, he should be
crazy.
covering his cards up and just not playing any hands. Akula, Joaquim, not only do they have fewer chips than him, but we're talking under 10 bigs for both of them.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably better just to go AFK till at least one of those players goes
Either
pro.
shove or fold. And I think Akula wants to shove it a queen-9 suited.
Weird.
Basically shoving.
Just a 3x raise for half your stack.
Yeah, just in case a couple of players are move all in. So if small blind and big blind collide, he still can fold. That's the only reason, I guess.
Does call ace-6 versus queen-9. Ace holding, ace on the turn. No heart on the river. No straight either. Finally, we lose Dr. Acula, the bloodsucker, out in 5th place. $18,000 plus how much in bounties?
2K.
2,100 in bounties and some significant bounties left on the table now.
Yeah, so we're down to 4 and basically 2 players have all the chips. I think Mateus might mess around with Coop in the next couple of hands because Coop is not folding anything here.
Oh boy. This could be it for Joaquim. We're going to have the open from Mateus. I don't know how you can get away from a pair in any situation with this many chips.
Yeah, it's
There's
just
the all-in. Now, how does Coop play this? I suppose even just a flat here, Mateus is going to fold most of the time anyway.
Yeah, I think so
does
too.
shove all in. Mateus has an overcard.
He might call.
Has an overcard.
But that would be interesting what you're going to do with ace-king here if Coop shoves. Yeah, in a super stupid spot. But okay. Can Joaquim find...
Need help. And makes a straight on the river. Double up for Joaquim. Did not see that coming. Seaton now. The shortest stack. And ace is limp.
Seaton has been aggressive, yeah. I think... Oh, yeah, the trap. The trap has been laid. Now we want to see a call.
Pair of 6s for Seaton. Is that going to be enough to get them into trouble?
He really tries to induce Seaton. Okay, king on the river. I don't think we're gonna see too much action anymore. Coop might just be betting small or check calling.
That's the bet small.
Yeah, I don't
So
think
hard to fold a pair here.
Yeah, blind is blind. It's just it
So-
feels like you're gonna get bluffed every time.
It feels like you're going to get bluffed every time. It feels like it's just such an easy, like, flick it in one
Yeah.
bet to just try to get no showdown. It does not feel value-y.
Especially Coop limped as well, so Coop can have everything here. I feel like the call coming. I don't know. Seaton is not the kind of guy who likes folding.
No. Also, we've seen Seaton do some pretty whack stuff. I mean, Seaton could shove here.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
We've
Turning
seen it
the six
before.
Okay.
Okay, we
call.
did see the call muck, and right now these two players are basically even Stevens.
Yeah.
Mateus and Coop. That's right, the year of Romania, partisan joker. Coop on the button, Jack 9. I'm sick of talking about this with you, Coop. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Big, big stacks playing against each other. Button versus big blind. Pair of jacks.
Yeah, if you're even like that, I think mostly you're gonna see some careful post flop plays.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
This would be a real
think-
shame.
Yeah, I think both are happy if they're just laddering up two spots.
Coop takes it down on the bet on the flop.
I think
Seaton
just gonna
folds
shove
king
here.
eight.
Yeah, and Mateus just gonna
Mateus shoves.
shoves.
And Joaquim does fold. The Jack 9 would have been dominated.
Yeah, Coop can do lots of stuff here. Free betting, just calling. He can pressure Mateus a lot. And he finds a call. That's interesting.
Ace, King, Jack, 2 hearts. Coop probably supposed to continue here, right?
Yeah, I think he has... He needs to keep telling his story, at least flop, and probably
Yeah.
on the turn.
I could see the small flop bet.
Yeah, I think that makes totally sense. The question is what we are doing on the turn.
Well, I think that's a pretty bad turn card. Might be
Yeah,
time
I
to
don't
just
know.
give up.
I don't know. I think so too. I think if you haven't got a heart in your hand or blockers, now we're talking about blockers anymore. Now, blockers are not that relevant if you're going to play four-handed here. I don't know. 8-9 seems just absolutely no equity bluff. And now they are showing it down, I guess.
Mateus checks back.
Would be a massive
Maybe
pot for
giving Coop
Mateus.
incentive to try to bluff this 9? No, it does not. Wisely does not try to
yeah.
bluff.
I think Mateus is just happy to check it down.
And Mateus picks up a sizable pot from the only other player that can really make any noise against them, up over 225 million now.
Well, pocket freeze and king 7, and that should go in normally. Should just see an open shove, and the king 7 is obviously ahead of his shoving range, and he calls indeed snap calls. Oh, king on a flop.
We're flipping, and
he
Seaton
holds.
doubles up. So that's 2 pots in a row, moving away from Coop. And
Okay,
much
now
to the
Mateus.
delight of Mateus.
Yeah, and Mateus has just an amazing spot here again. Honestly, if Seaton open raises, Mateus could just shove everything here. Not everything, but everything what looks beautiful. Like some queen 8 suited. But he lays it down, and Joachim shoves it in.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Joaquin puts it in. Coop has got to call this off, and it's a domination situation.
So what we've seen so far
has run really, really well in all-in situations. Eventually, luck's going to have to catch up. But it's a 9-high flop. And diamonds.
Oh, my goodness.
Another double up for Joaquin, who's now second in chips, and the shortest stack is Coop.
Is this guy losing a pot? Is Joaquin losing any pot at all? Crazy.
Certainly not all ins. Ace-king shoving for not that many bigs. Mateus dominated.
Yeah, Mateus wants to maintain his deck, not gonna call off too light here.
Picks it up. Pocket tens for Seaton.
Big blind, yeah. Mateus probably just open raises any... Okay. That's kind of interesting to... There are many different strategies as the chip leader. Obviously, I can't get behind of the fold here because pay jumps are just insanely big. Especially if you're not used to play for $10,000s of dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is very likely to be life-changing money for at least one of the players at this table. Not life-changing, but let's say year-changing.
Year-changing, for sure.
It's a pretty
Queens
good
and nines. I should go all in as well.
50K in a day. Yep.
Here we go. Snap calling the queens.
Coop's gonna call all in.
He lost before with the queens pre-flop all in. Okay.
Not gonna lose this one.
It's gonna get tricky
Pretty
after
definitive.
this flop.
On the flop, Coop right back in the mix. Seaton on fumes.
Yeah, and now everyone just wants to get Seaton out.
And also, Seaton's worth $2,500, so we may see a little bit of a battle over their bounty potentially. Queen 4 suited, 4 big blinds. This feels like it.
Yeah, should be a shove. And I think Mateus should just reshove here. Let's see if Seaton figures this one out. He shoves.
Not quite a shove. There's the re-raise from Mateus.
Yeah. And Coop calls.
Reluctant to go anywhere. Seaton's going to have to call all in. Queen 5-7, so top pair for Seaton.
He might survive here.
Certainly the favorite to survive and to triple up. Big bet from Mateus. 13 million.
Tries to get it heads up. Oh,
and it's a king on the turn. Mateus turns both opponents more or less dead.
I think we're going to see another bet here. Yeah, we want to deny equity against hearts and oh, huge bet and a snap fold.
56 million. Seaton does not catch the river. We finally lose. Seaton 1998 has been unseated. In 4th place, $26,000 and 5K in bounties, and Seaton's bounty gets shipped over to Mateus, who's worth over $4,500 now.
Yeah, $31,000 for Seaton, almost $32,000. Not a bad day. Congrats to him. And yeah, final free. Now we have a huge pay jump from 3rd to 2nd. $13,000. Just if one player busts.
A Hollywood guy suggesting deal. Deals are pretty rare in bounty tournaments because they can only, 1st and 2nd, there's not really anything to chop up there.
Yeah, you can just... It doesn't make too much sense to deal here, especially not for Mateus, because he can take advantage of the spot, of being the chip leader here. So I think we won't see too many deals here.
Leafaz asks, is that Spanish pro Mateus? I don't think so. This person's playing out of Brazil.
pocket fives, we could actually just rip here. Yeah. I like that. Nobody can do anything. You're gonna fold out even sixes, sevens. So I don't mind that. And Coop and Joachim are pretty with the same stack, so they have to be super careful.
Not so careful that you have to fold king 8.
Yeah, even goes for the min raise.
And Mateus just slapping these two around as they should be.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Ace 5. Could be actually just a shove again. He decides to min raise. Yeah, King Queen prefers normally as the shortest stack. You just want to see a reshove.
There's the shove from King Queen.
That's nice.
Mateus with the off-brand sourdough.
Yeah, it just
Not
if you just
usually a
call here.
off.
Yeah, no, that's
You like a call here?
no, Mateus always has to
okay.
fold here. He just wants to
Okay.
keep the momentum going. But it's really important for the King Queen to shove because you're gonna get pressured off so many random flops. So therefore, everything is kind of fine. Same with the Ace King. I don't think no one has a small free bet size. Just gonna put it in. Keep it simple when you're playing for a big amount of dollars.
Mateus loving this spot. Gets to pick up another 15 million without seeing a flop. And as long as he just keeps hammering on these two evenly, it's going to make things more advantageous for him.
Yeah, and he just can be so aggressive here. That's the spot you want to get in if you're playing PKO tournaments. That's the best spot you can get in. Ace Jack is the same as the King Queen before. You just want to shove here. Nicely done.
Again, just like Ace 5, Ace Deuce is going to be a laydown.
Yeah. Sure. And now Coop has a bit of a chip advantage against Joaquin. Limp shoving the pocket freeze would be an option for Coop. Obviously, he has to be careful, and Mateus is aggressive, as we've seen before. Even open shoving, I don't mind that. Just don't want to play any pots.
Mateus making Coop sweat a little bit here. Exactly, Lobster. 2 overs. How to give that a think. This feels like a spot you can just raise every single time. Yep.
Yeah. Especially with the offsuit 6-8 and whatever 10-8, 9-7. If you have suited hands, you don't want to throw away a lot of equity, but those offsuit hands prefer the raise. We're just gonna see a good reshove from Joaquim and a fold from Mateus.
And it looks like at this point we're just going to have to wait for somebody to cooler somebody else, for someone's thin shove to run into a bigger hand, because there's not a lot of incentive to play pots right now.
No, everyone tries to take it down pre-flop, and even at ace queen suited, it's obviously a bit too strong, but ace jack offsuit or something like that, I think it's fine to open shove it right away. But ace queen suited, I think you can comfortable raise call here. Especially if you're gonna double up against Mateus, you are the chip leader. You're gonna get the chip leader, and obviously then you can start pressuring the other guys.
Card
And
distribution not very coolery right now. Maybe I should go crank it.
Yeah, we haven't seen even Matthias even folds a queen here. That's crazy. You can pick up all the dead money all the time, especially in position. But we might see some coolery flops here, blind versus blind. Check her flop, 22 big blinds deep. Ay, ay, ay. That might end up bad, especially with the 7 and the 3. Oh, he picks up 2 pair.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is huge. This is huge.
Hearts look scary, but they are playing still blind versus blind, so that might even.
I mean, you just. How
Yeah,
often
that might
are you
even
gonna
get
make 2 pair at this point?
Yeah, and that looks so strong. The coup might even fold straight away, and I wouldn't blame him if he is still ahead. He's drawing. He's basically flipping against a super strong draw.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a
Lays it
laydown
down.
from Coop. Well predicted by Peace and Love, Sebastian Huber.
Yeah, it's you're just never in a great spot here.
And Coop does not shove. Man, I don't know. I know you don't want to go out in third place here if you like shove into ace 10 or something or flip, but man, I don't. And Mateus isn't doing it anyway. I just don't love giving like such good odds for someone to take a flop with king deuce.
Yeah, if you're min raised and get raised, you gotta stick it in, as you said. You're just doing too good against his raising range there. So as you said, ace 9 is as blind versus blind. It's basically the nuts.
Yeah, there's some crap hands there. Ace jack for Mateus.
And takes it down.
Doesn't take it. Approaching 300 million. This guy loves 2-6. Ruined it. You ruined my 269 joke. Pocket fives for Mateus.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Either limp shoving or just open shoving. Yeah.
Open shove. And another hand where no one even gets dealt a face card.
Yeah, it's crazy. Those guys are getting really bad hands, but everyone at least.
And
Again.
no face cards.
Oh, now we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that could.
Uh-oh. Joaquin has run super hot in all ins, but like I said, the math is going to catch up eventually.
And perfect
There's
to
the
raise
open
it now. Yeah, perfect.
From
And
Mateus,
snap
the
call.
shove from eights.
There
Snapped
we
by
go.
tens. Domination situation. Looking for an 8. River is a 5. One all in too many for Joaquin, and we are finally heads up. Joaquin cashes for nearly 40K plus 3,600 in bounties. And now these two are playing for about, what's this, $16,000, $17,000 in bounties between the two of them.
And right away, Coop has a monster. And GG to Joaquin with over 40. Oh, all in? Yeah, we don't see a call. Over 40,000 of them. It's a nice little cash. I think Matthias got a fold here.
Mateus
Yeah,
does
Joaquin
fold.
ran,
Coop picks
ran
up the
really
first
well.
pot of heads up. Coop's got
So
their
we're-
work cut out for him. 5-1
Yeah.
chip deficit to start things off.
Needs to turn it around. Don't comment here. Thanks. Thanks for the follow, mate.
Seven deuce suited, gonna be heading for the hills as soon as the re-raise comes in.
But Matthäus likes the little tank.
I'll make you think twice about this next time. Now it's Coop's turn with 7 deuce. Gives a walk to Matthäus. Oh boy, pocket kings for Matthäus. Queen 8 for Coop. Matthäus, first to act. Min raise.
That could be really bad if we see. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy. All spade flop. Matthäus
Ay,
has
ay,
Coop
ay,
all
ay.
but drawing dead. Coop might think that this queen high flush draw is live. It is not.
Yeah. That's as bad as it can get for the flop, but actually a good turn for Coop to get away. Not yet.
Coop dead. Drawing dead at this point. From 1% to dead.
Oh no.
4 flush on board. Coop with the second nuts.
So how
Flush
much
at
do you
least.
get now? If Coop leads here, it could be really expensive. Okay.
Checks. Matthäus
Yeah.
with
Got
the
a big
nut
bet.
flush. 31 million in the middle.
Something pot? Is he capable of... Oh, he goes over pot.
Just a little over pot. Coop can make the call and still be in.
Yeah, it's really hard to get away. Oh, he shoves.
Coop shoves. If Matthäus
Matthäus
calls, it's all over.
Yeah.
It is all
is.
over. King high flush beats queen high flush. Coop succumbs. Had his work cut out for him. The year of Romania finishing in second place. $52,725 plus Coop's bounties result in a $58,800 total payday. Matthäus, $52,700 plus nearly $30,000 in bounties for a grand total of $81,243.77. Sebastian Hubert, thanks so much for being with us. If you could, give people a quick little rundown where they can follow you, where they can find you, when you'll be broadcasting next.
Yeah, thanks for having me, first of all. And yeah, I'll streaming on Twitch actually around about 5 days a week on Peace, ND, and Love with double O. You can find the link in the chat, guys. And yeah, if you want to drop a follow, I'm playing MTTs all day long. So hopefully we see us in my stream. And yeah, thanks for the support and thanks for having me, Joe.
Awesome. Give Sebastian a follow. Subscribe to his channel if you do like the content. That's about all the time we've got for today's Sunday Million, but I do want to remind everybody that a new episode of Poker in the Ears will be released this Thursday. It's a poker movie on a Monday, recorded on a Wednesday, released on a Thursday. The Man with the Golden Arm, a Frank Sinatra movie with a couple of poker scenes in it. Very interesting discussion between me and James and my friend Nick Pine, the actor from NBC's AP Bio. That's coming out this week, and next week on Monday, we will be back with another Sunday Million. And if we got any Americans out there, I'm doing a little tour, a little stand-up comedy tour. I'll be in St. Louis tomorrow and Wednesday, Wisconsin on Thursday, Illinois on Friday, Illinois and Saturday, it doesn't matter. Check out my Twitter if you guys live in those areas, want to come to a show. I'll buy you a drink. But for now, that's all the time we've got for this week's Sunday Million. For James Hardigan and Sebastian Huber, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.